Everybody, the Wednesday, August 6th regular meeting of the Board of Selectmen is called to order. I am Christine Talley, acting for Selectmen, joined by Selectwoman Kupchak. Ask you all please rise for the pledge. Ms. Esma, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on, we are going to hear from the Deputy Fire Chief. To hear, consider, and act on approving a hold harmless agreement between the Town of Fairfield and City of Bridgeport to allow the town's probationary firefighters to enroll in a fire academy run by the Bridgeport Fire Department, and further authorizing the first selectman to sign and execute any documents in furtherance of said agreement. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
I will second that.
Kieran's gonna take it.
Okay.
Kieran's actually had an incident right now.
Okay, so we're going to hear from the chief, Chief Dunn. So
Oh, you know what, I might have done.
You have to,
I'm sorry. All right, where is he? Here we go. Oh, he did it.
Okay, can you hear me?
we can.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for hearing us today. What this is normally when we put on new firefighters, entry-level firefighters, we have to send them up to Windsor Locks for a live-in fire academy, which will go for any time to 17, 18 weeks even, and these people are away from their homes. So what we've done is we've partnered with Bridgeport. Bridgeport has run academies down here, and Bridgeport will run an academy out of our Fairfield Regional Fire Training Center, and they will provide the instructors. We'll do some additional helping too, but they just asked for us to fill out this hold harmless agreement, which has been edited by Mr. Piers, and we bring it before you, asking that you would sign this for us, please.
Thank you. Any questions?
Chief, this is standard, isn't it?
Well, it's not standard. The hold harmless is relatively standard in and of itself, but it's been also looked at. It was edited for our benefit. But the things that's not standard is we normally send our people up to Windsor Locks to the State Fire Academy. Here we're doing one down here, which will be great for people with young families. They can, because after their day at the fire training center, they can go back home to their families, and this, especially in the future, this will be a lot better for young moms and dads, with newborns, and also, because you have to think of what it would be like to go up to Windsor Locks and spend, 16, 17 weeks up there in an academy and just come home on the weekend. So we think it's a win-win. We think we're going to get urban/suburban firefighter training here, because we have many of the same issues with Bridgeport. We do mutual aid in there. I think it'll make us more cohesive training with Bridgeport, because they're our main mutual aid partner, for both sides. So we think it's a win-win situation here to train under their experience and their curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, and this might be for the town attorney, that we're not holding them harmless for everything, that if there's sole negligence or misconduct, that there is still...
That's a carve-out.
That there is a carve-out to this. Just want to note that for the record and get the clarification. Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none.
Connect to the regular network, so I'm sorry.
Okay. Back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 2-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. All right, moving on. Purchasing authority. To hear, consider, and act on authorizing the purchasing authority to enter into the proposed contract amendment between the Town of Fairfield and Gilbane Building Company to provide all management services necessary for the construction phase of the Tomlinson Middle School HVAC upgrades project per Gilbane job number J10191.400 and Town of Fairfield RFP 2023-121 at a guaranteed maximum price of $4,269,502 with additional authority to enter into necessary change orders in an amount not to exceed the approved funding for the project. Mr. Mr. Tulin?
Hi there.
Hi.
This is Adam Toolin, Purchasing Director. So this is the next phase of the Board of Ed HVAC IAQ project. This has been considered and reviewed by that building committee. This is a guaranteed maximum price contract for just the Tomlinson School at this point. This is a direct offshoot of RFP 2023-121 that we did a couple years ago. So again, this is just for the Gilbane construction management piece of this. Any additional engineering services, project management services, those would be separate contracts.
I see we have Mr. Papa George. I don't know if you have anything you want to add to this? It's okay if you don't.
I was just, this is a building committee project, as you all know, but we've been working with Gilbane on phase 1 of this project, and we're very happy to have them on board for phase 2 moving forwards.
And we've used Gilbane for many other projects.
Yeah, this is just the contract.
Yep. Any questions? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 2-0. Okay, number 5, Charter Revision Commission. To hear, consider, and act upon the Charter Revision Commission's final report approved on July 23rd, 2025. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
I will second that. All right, so we are joined by members of the Charter Revision Commission, but they are here just really for consultation if we have any questions as we're going through. For the public's sake, the Board of Selectmen has had numerous meetings over the last few months, actually since late 2024, to share our thoughts about proposed revisions. We had sent a letter at the beginning of the process asking the commission to look at certain items. We received a draft report and forwarded our recommended changes to the draft report. We met with the commission again to go over those changes. They finalized their report, and it is before us today for review and approval. So we're going to, it is a large document, and I encourage if anyone is just posted in the backup to follow along. My approach on this is to review the document section by section. And if there's any, we've gone through this already, so I'm hoping this will be relatively straightforward, but just for the public's sake. And if there's any area any suggested changes that we think may want further clarification or propose wanting to reject, I'll keep a master list, and then at the end, we can vote on those. We'll take public comment as we go through on each section, and then public comment at the end prior to the vote. Amenable? Did I leave anything out there? Okay. And just also, the board right now, we're either approving or denying the recommended changes that has been put forward by the commission. We are not changing languages. It's not an opportunity to make new suggestions. We had that opportunity, and we've already acted. Right now, it's really just going through the final report.
So, you and I were, we both got emailed, by Kathleen Griffin, and I actually called the charter attorney yesterday just to kind of go over it. And, did you read that email?
I did.
So, and I thought it was actually, some good, recommendation about us kind of going through, like, not spending tremendous amounts of time on each item, because some of them are just, very benign. But to go through each item, and just yay or nay, sort of, or how we feel about that. Because there hasn't been a whole lot of public interest in this, and to her point, and I agree with it, we had trouble last go around, I think, because there were so many changes, and then people got their, ear up a little bit because they didn't really understand it, and it's not really something that the average everyday citizen is focused on. Let's face it, they're just not. And then they're going to be asked to vote on it, and I shared with them that this group, Citizens for Good Government, really came out against last time, and she's saying, and I agree with it, that if we go through, we sort of just, instead of just kind of picking here and there, go through each one, have a minor discussion about it, and then say yay or nay, because, during the meeting on the 23rd, when the confer meeting with CRC, I tried to discuss other matters besides the 10 recommendations, because I knew there were approximately 49 different changes throughout the document. And that having that sort of discussion, but they don't really want to talk about that. But now we're at the board level. And my understanding is and I was speaking about this with the charter attorney on the phone the other day, when we did this, there was like this really long, sort of discussion on each change in a public format like this. It didn't seem like a whole lot of people were watching those CRC meetings, were really plugged in. And so I agree with it. I'd like to do it that way. I don't think we need to spend an inordinate amount of time. And it just for example, like the first one, just the the changes of the, definitions and the titles, like.
Well, we're gonna go through each as I said, we're gonna
Oh,
go through,
okay.
we'll go through by section.
Okay.
And some sections don't have any changes, those that do, if there's anything. I don't want to, we have had a special meeting to discuss the charter, so I don't want to have a repeat of meetings that have already occurred. I understand that the public, and I absolutely want them to be up to speed on that, and they can go back and watch past meetings. But at this point, we're not starting from scratch. I think it's helpful to go through the changes. I would not want to vote for them along the way, because as you know, certain language affects other changes. So I think if we do it at the end, we can make sure that by voting yay or nay in the beginning, we might inadvertently be affecting language later on in the charter. So I think that if we go through, we'll keep a master list of areas of concern.
Gotcha.
Then at the end,
Okay.
we can address it, and before we can just confer and make sure that we're not, before we vote, that we're not throwing something out of whack by taking action on one item that might affect something else.
But do we want to allow the public to speak on each item?
After each section, we'll just stop and we'll take public comment as we're going along, so they
Okay.
don't have to wait towards the end.
Okay.
And yeah, let's just see how it goes. And I appreciate, I'm trying not to compare this to the process that a few years ago, just because different commissions, different things that we're focused on, a different approach. So with that, we'll start with Article 1, Section 1.3, definitions. Definitions and titles. There is a change that the definitions contained in the general statutes of the state shall govern the interpretation of this charter unless otherwise defined herein articles and section titles are for the repurpose of written reference and shall not be held to limit, extend, or affect the interpretation and meaning of the text. Any issue with this?
No.
Okay. Also, in 1.3, just capitalized terms, just that change.
I have it on a document here, so I'm looking at it as we.
All right, moving on. This is really just clean up some numbering changes.
To have Phil and Jason sit up here with us.
Sit with us. I mean, they're here just if we have any.
I mean, I would like you to. It bothers you, I mean, it just would help, I think. Because they're the attorneys and we're not.
They can, I mean, if you have a question, we can definitely ask them. They have, been involved and worked with the commission in terms of the legality of what has been put forward. Do you have any, moving on, so section.
Maybe for the public's edification, if they don't have the document, it's really just, taking out just certain little lines that are, it's just a sort of a cleanup. Would you say it that way?
In this section, I would say it's a cleanup. We are.
D, E, F, just
We're
clean
reading
up
out
line.
Section 1.3.
We're in section 1.3 right now, and so it's just, we're switching. And I would encourage anybody who is listening to this meeting to really consult the backup rather than trying to discern these changes by our discussion. I think it helps to have the charter in front of you. But we are just in this section, we're changing letters, we're changing the letters and then changing the appropriate numerals. It is somewhat of a cleanup just for consistency, changing dates. We are striking organization of town government, which was previously G. Striking the government of the town shall consist of the following town officers and bodies, as well as other town officers and bodies not described in this charter but designated by ordinance or the general statutes, elected positions. Just striking copy that the enactment supersedes the former charter adopted by the representative town meeting in 2006, because the date is no longer applicable. Are there any objections to these changes? And I'm going to take public comment just as we go from at the end of each article rather than each section. Okay, so moving on to section 1.4, we are changing Board of Selectmen to select person, and that is going to be a change that is going to be noted throughout the document, that man is going to be changed to person. Under 1.4B, for positions that are appointed by the first select person, we are adding the chief operating officer to that list. We are also taking away terms for certain town officials. Any objection to that for
No,
the section appointed by the first select person?
And we're, attorneys, we're sure that we're in line with state statute. We're not coming up against anything. We're in line with where we need to be on these terms.
Yeah, we've looked at all that, and some of it will get clarified later on in the charter when you get to the actual positions that are referred to.
Okay. 1.4B, number 2, these are bodies, positions appointed by the Board of Select Persons. Again, deleting the terms, adding the general manager of the Water Pollution Control Authority utility, and changing for flood to flood prevention, climate, and resilience. Adding Board of Commissioners under, as a header, to above the Historic District Commission, the alternates, the Human Services Commission, the Golf Commission, the Conservation Commission, and Conservation Commission alternates. Then there's notes that just change selectmen to select persons. And it also, for E, the select persons will appoint 5 members. This is for the WPCA. 1 position is held by a member of the Board of Select Persons, and 1 position is held by the town engineer or qualified staff person assigned by the town engineer. This is new, an addition for the WPCA, adding the town engineer as a member of that body. Ready to move on? Okay. Continuing on, just section appointed by other bodies. We are again removing the term and switching selectmen to select person. Okay, so that is the end of Article 1. Is there any public comment on Article 1? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 2, elected.
In there, right?
Is there any public comment on that?
They would have to go in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And thank you, actually, thank you for that. If you would like to give public comment, please put your name in the chat. We ask that you put your full name and address for public comment. The chat is only being used to request to speak.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're in Article 3. Elected officials and elections. 2.1, there's no changes. 2.2, moving on to C, for the Board of Education. Pursue.
At the library,
No, we're here,
Board of Health, Chief of Police.
we went through that was just a term for the appointed by other bodies.
Okay.
We're in Article 2. Right now, it's okay. Article 2, Section 2.2C, Board of Education. Pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 9-204B, this is each political party shall have the right to nominate as many persons as there are vacancies on the Board of Education, and those names shall be placed upon the ballot. Any elector may vote for all of that number, and the persons receiving the greatest number of votes shall be elected, providing there shall be minority representation on the Board of Education in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 9.67A. This was the Board of Selectmen originally asked the commission to look at this. This was an original recommendation to the commission. The commission came back and actually rejected this recommendation. We came back on our review and asked it to be added, and it has moved forward.
We received some comment on this from board members and public that I kind of took to heart, saying that pointing out the fact that this board no longer has 6-year terms as the Board of Finance does, which makes sense. And that basically the general feeling was that we were trying to fix a political problem, party problem inside the charter, how they nominate and all of that. And so I think maybe we should go to public comment on this. We did get feedback. I'm not sure the same people who gave us feedback are on the Zoom meeting, but we did get feedback. So maybe go to.
And at the end of this article, I'll take public comment for anybody who wants to comment. I was supportive of this. This really just allows the Board of Education to have a 6-3 majority. I don't view it really as political. It was more for me just allowing more the democratic process to play out, having public to be able to elect who they thought was the most qualified person based on the qualifications of those people running. Also, the Board of Finance has a 6-3 majority, and for consistency between boards, I'm not really sure it makes a difference between how the length of the term, but I don't see why we have different rules for different bodies. So there was a little bit of disagreement on that, just for the public's, a little bit of where we both stand on this, but we will definitely want to hear from the public on this. I want to ask you I don't know if you know right now if you're going to accept or reject this one, or if you want to wait to hear public comment on it.
I think we should
Okay.
get some comment.
Sure. I mean, we're not voting until the end, but I'm trying to keep a running list of things that, so at the end I'll ask. All right, moving on to 2.3. So this is town elections in terms of office. We're changing selectmen to select persons. We're deleting language that related to 2007 and 2011, 2013. We are clarifying in 2.3D, giving some clarification on when the start date is for the RTM. I'll read it. Commencement date of terms of elected officials in the RTM, the terms of office of elected town officials, except the register of voters and the RTM, shall commence on the third Monday in November of the year of which they were elected. If the prior language was after their election and qualification and shall continue until their successors have been elected and qualified. And this was just creating some confusion about when to start. So that's the language for that. Section 2.4, just changing selectmen to select persons. Section 2.5, just changing selectmen to select persons. Moving on to 2.6, procedures for RTM elections. There is language that is changing. Right now, the sentence, I'll read the sentence. After completion, this is 2.6A, number 2. After completion of the census of the United States and after any reapportionment of the state general assembly districts affecting the town, voting districts of the town shall be established by an ordinance proposed by a committee of the RTM composed of an equal number of members from each party, such that the population deviation from the largest to the smallest voting district shall, it currently says not exceed, that is being replaced by shall not exceed 10%, and not exceed is being taken out, and it is being added, be less than 10%.
And we did,
We had robust conversation. Robust conversation on
and
this.
there was a lot of feedback on it.
Is,
I mean, honestly, I that was I thought a good conversation. But I think I still feel it falls under if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I still feel that way.
so is this something that you would want to see removed later, or you?
Yeah, it's something I think that I would like to revert back to where we were.
Okay, so 2.6 A. All right, on to page 10 now. It's just the changes on this page is really selectmen to select person. Moving down to number G, letter G, resignation and vacancies on number 4. The town clerk shall cause notice, this is how it currently reads. The town clerk shall cause notice of the meeting not less than 3 days before the time set for the meeting. It's being changed to the town clerk shall notify each member of the district not less than 3 days before the time set for the meeting. And these changes, this change came from the town clerk, a recommendation. And number 5, we're just changing to select person. The rest of this is just changing, this section is just changing to select person. So that is the end of Article 2. We'll take public comment on any changes in Article 2. So that was just, okay, the voting districts, the Board of Education.
Kathleen Griffin has public comment.
Okay,
So I don't know if there's anybody here who does, but I can do that. I have to get her to.
do you have public comment? Ms. Wackerman, while we're working on the tech.
She's
Ms. Gr-
unmuted.
Oh,
We probably should have maybe even
We
said,
just-
like, how they would notify, right, in
Right away?
writing. I'm sorry, can I also ask, for each person giving public comment, please, state your name and your address so I can understand, please?
okay.
Should I wait for Kathleen?
Kathleen, Ms. Griffin, why don't, well, you're unmuted so you can give public comment. Thank you, Ms. Wackerman, for waiting.
Okay, sure, yeah, this is Kathleen Griffin. Can you hear me? 15 Stony Brook Road. I just had two comments. On 2.3D, I don't know that there was ever any discussion by the commission on this, but that language removed the word "and qualified" after elected. And I just wanted to make sure that based on, that language has been in the charter for, I don't know, 50, 60 years, and it's now being removed. And I just wanted to make sure that by removing "and qualified," there isn't something different that's happening with the elections on that. And then also, I think it's section G, I'm not sure, it's on the RTM notification. I don't know if the previous language was also only for notifying the district or if it was for notifying the entire RTM, but I do believe if the district doesn't vote in a certain amount of time, that the entire RTM then votes on that. So I would just want to make sure that in this case, if by adding the words "and district," does that mean that the entire RTM will never be notified that this potential meeting is going on, and or that it may be their responsibility to, vote if the district doesn't vote? Those are my two comments on that section.
Thank you. Ms. Wackerman?
I'm Karen Wackerman. I live at 192 Shoreham Village Drive, and I'm also a member of the Charter Revision Commission. I just wanted to mention, for the benefit of public who are watching who may not have heard our earlier conversations, that the change about the 10% deviation when RTM districts are being redistricted was at the suggestion of our attorneys, because 10% is sort of a borderline after which it's hard to explain, but the 10% means that between, there can't be any more than a 10% difference between the number of people in all the districts, because you want it to be fair. Every person gets an equal vote. If it goes over 10%, that can make us subject to lawsuits about unfair voting processes. So when we say less than 10%, we're thinking it could be 9.99999%. And that would just maybe ensure that the town is less likely to be sued. So that's the reason we proposed it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, David Krasnoff, 155 Burr Street. I'm here as someone who ran and is currently on the Board of Ed. What people need to understand, there's a 5-seat election and a 4-seat election. Every time we have the 4-seat election, right now, the public really doesn't have a choice of the makeup of the board. There's a guarantee of 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, or if another party was to run, possibly another seat, versus the 5-person one, which is the one I happen to run in. I do think the public should always have a chance to decide the makeup of the board. I think a 4-year period of the board makeup staying the same is not really fair to the taxpayers and the public. So that's 1. 2, state statute does say very similar to the verbiage that is now being proposed in the charter versus the previous verbiage that we had, which I will tell you, as someone that was running, was very confusing to understand what it really meant. You could look at, the Board of Finance and other bodies that was much more clear of how the makeup was to be done, but pretty much with the Board of Ed, unless there was a vacancy, the makeup really could not change unless it was during that 5-seat vacancy. So I am in support of this change, and I think it's a really, really positive change, so I hope everyone supports it. Thank you.
Any other public comment on Article 2? Mr. Bosch?
Oh, sorry. All right, 1 second, I'm sorry. Is that Greg?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Greg Bosch, 470 Jackman. I want to thank the commission for all of their work and the Board of Selectmen for taking up this topic today. I also want to thank, I didn't realize Mr. Krasnoff was going to be speaking today, and he echoes my thoughts to the T. So thank you for all of those thoughts, Mr. Krasnoff. I completely agree. I just want to add one additional point, that at the very least, there is an inconsistency in the charter. And this is between the language that you guys are discussing now and section 8.2 regarding the Board of Education, which says, and I'll just read this one quick sentence here. The Board of Education shall consist of 9 members, no more than 6 of whom shall be registered with the same political party. So the way elections are conducted, and in consideration of the other language that is being discussed here, there's no way to get to a 6-3 board when one election will go 3-2 and another will go 2-2. So at the very least, something needs to change, and I would agree that it should be the language that's currently being discussed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment on Article 2? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Article 3. Section 3.1, eligibility for appointed town office.
Per what Ms. Griffin said about the language or qualifications, we can't change that back, right? There's no way to.
So your role today is limited. You can either accept changes in the document or reject changes in the document. You can reject or accept certain provisions of the document as a whole, but you can't change the words on the paper.
Right. I mean, I think she makes a very good point about the qualification piece, and I know that we are very limited about our ability to either reject or accept, can't tweak. So.
It's a statutory.
Right. No, I understand. So, but I think she makes a good point. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone, not just us.
Thank you. All right, section 3.1A. So I'm going to read elector requirement for appointed town officials. No person not at the time an elector of the town shall be eligible for reappointment to any appointed board or commission. And this is being added. Except this shall not apply to persons required to serve on a particular board or commission by virtue of holding another position or office in the town, or to the office of town treasurer, or striking town attorney or assistant town attorney. Persons serving as chief of police or fire chief must reside within 35 miles of the town within 6 months after the time they take office. So we are basically removing the requirement that these town officials be electors. The police chief and the fire chief need to now reside within 35 miles of the town, and previously they needed to be living within the town.
The residency requirement.
The residency requirement. Okay. And there's changes in 3.1C, just changing numbers is kind of a cleanup, just for consistency. Moving on to 3.1D. Eligibility for reappointment. No person shall be appointed to more than 2 successive full terms on the same permanent appointed board or commission, but such person shall be eligible for reappointment after an interval of not less than 1 year, except as otherwise provided. We're striking in section 10.15 of this charter with respect to the Ethics Commission, section 10.17 with respect to the Board of Library Trustees, section 10.18 with respect to the Golf Commission by ordinance. There's no changes in 3.2, 3.3.
So, I know we didn't discuss this a whole lot, but are we reducing the terms on golf and ethics? The amount of time?
We're not, this is really, I think, more of a alignment with another part of this charter that we haven't gotten to yet. So moving on to 3.3, you're just striking it.
Make one comment on that.
Yes,
on the
please.
terms, please.
Yes.
The only change with the terms there is the Board of Library Trustees, at the request of that board, from a single 6-year term of no potential for reappointment, went to a 3-year term with the potential for reappointment, so thus still potential for 6 years.
I do remember.
And we'll get to that later in the document. Okay, so 3.3, just striking and shall continue for the term set forth in section 1.4B. We'll get to that. It's all related. It reverts back to the other part of the charter. Nothing changed until 3.6B, changing select persons and adding, in addition to any applicable provisions of this charter, the removal of any town employee shall be subject to any additional terms and conditions of any employment agreement or collective bargaining agreement that may pertain to the town employee. And this is just in terms of removal from appointed office for cause. Just noting that the collective bargaining agreements have their own, language on that.
Stating the obvious.
Right. Okay, so that's it for Article 3. Any public comment on Article 3? Kathleen Griffin, are you unmuted?
I think I have to unmute her again.
I think I'm good. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yep, okay, Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I just had a couple comments on, some of the changes that are here. Are they really necessary to add them? And what changes do they make? For example, in 2.3, I think it's E where, 3.1A, where it says, except this shall not apply to persons required to serve on a particular board or commission by virtue of holding another position. And it says, I don't think those people are ever appointed to that board. So, I don't think that language is necessary. I could be wrong, but I thought that they served, because they hold another position, they are de facto on that board. In other words, the first selectman doesn't appoint them or the board of selectmen doesn't appoint them to the WPCA. They just serve there. So I just don't know that adding that language is necessary in 3.1A. And I think maybe similarly in 3.6B, if people's contracts are necessarily, always going to come above those, do we need to have that language in 3.6B? And then in 3.1D, the Ethics Commission used to not be eligible for reappointment. I'm thinking the terms are still 2 years on the Ethics Commission. I'm not positive about that. But I think there was a pretty particular reason why that particular board was not allowed to go back after 1 year. And I think that that was probably a good idea, that those people are not eligible for reappointment on that board after 1 year. That's my comment on that.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Any other public comment on this article? Seeing none, we're going to move on to Article 4, the legislative branch. Section 4.1. There's just some relettering because we added C, legal counsel. The RTM shall have the power to retain its own counsel upon affirmative vote of at least 77.5% of the entire membership. We had some good discussion on this in terms of not wanting it to be a high threshold for the RTM to be able to retain legal counsel.
Agreed, and we did have, I think, good conversation, and we looked at Stanford. In the interim, though, I've gotten a lot of negative feedback on this, and people are concerned that we're going to, and this was part of our conversation as well, right? The weaponization, depending on who's in power, and, I understand that we discussed having this threshold as being sort of a stopgap to possibly prevent it. But, I keep coming back to, and I got a lot of feedback about this as well, saying we have a town attorney and he has the power, or she would have the power to bring in more counsel because they have a firm or they have additional attorneys to assist. And that the town attorney, sometimes I think people have a misconception that the town attorney is the first select person's attorney, but they are the town attorney. They're there for department heads, they're there for all elected boards in town and commissions to have the ability, to go to ask questions, to get feedback on their work. I don't know, I feel like this could potentially be the wrong move, and sort of, some of the discussion we had during this conversation was, how much would this cost, and could this be used in a way that's not conducive to our town government, and do we have now, RTM getting their own attorney and arguing with the town attorney, and I think this is one that I think we should flag for additional discussion.
So moving on to 4.2, membership. 4.2A, membership for the RTM, the composition. The RTM shall consist of the elected RTM members. In addition, the select persons, the chief operating officer, the town clerk, the town attorney, any assistant town attorneys, the members of the Board of Education, and the members of the Board of Finance shall be ex officio members of the RTM without vote. So this is correcting the language for first selectmen, adding the chief operating officer as an ex officio member, as well as adding all Board of Education members as ex officio members. Right now, only the chair of the Board of Education is ex officio, and I think the rationale was, the Board of Finance, all members can be ex officio, why not extend the same right to the members of the Board of Education? Chief Operating Officer, we added this position if it passes. Originally, just for the public, the recommendation of having the Chief Operating Officer be ex officio. The Board of Selectmen came back of just not having that position of being ex officio at every board and commission, but based on some feedback from the RTM, thought it would be valuable to have the COO being ex officio of that body, similar to the CFO being ex officio to the Board of Finance.
So, again, I got some more feedback on this. And so what I'm hearing is, yes, the board, the chair of the Board of Ed is ex officio, and they feel that that is sufficient, sort of trying to meet where the Board of Finance currently is and how that came about. They think it could be chaotic, that the board should speak through the chair and just in sort of my own, personal experience, usually it was the chair of the Board of Finance who would be ex officio, who would sign on to meetings or provide, comment during budget meetings, say, for example, to the RTM when the budget, because in the charter, it says technically the Board of Finance, once they vote on the budget, it becomes their budget. And they are, if you look at the charter closely, they're supposed to present the budget to the RTM, not the chief elected official. So I got some feedback that it could be chaotic having 9 Board of Ed members being all ex officio to it instead of going through the chair. And I got actually a lot of negative feedback about having a non-elected staff person being ex officio member. So I think we should flag that one for further discussion.
Did you receive similar concerns to this about the CFO for being ex officio?
No, not CFO, because they are obligated to be part of the Board of Finance. They're duty bound to be part of the Board of Finance.
So we'll flag that one. Also in that section, we're changing chairman to member. Well, I got it, I said that already. Okay. All right, so we're moving on to section 4.3C, just correcting selectmen to select persons. 4.3D, read it, this is about noticing meetings. The town clerk shall notify all RTM members of the time and place at which each regular or special RTM meeting is to be held. The notice shall be posted on the town's website at least 5 days before the meeting. The notice shall specify the purposes for which the meeting is to be held. And the rest is just correcting selectmen, select person. So this is a change. The current language the notice shall be sent by mail, and a copy of the notice shall be published before the meeting in a newspaper, having a general circulation in the town and posted as required by the Freedom of Information Act. I think this just goes to speak to the 20-odd years that has passed since the charter, the last
Right.
charter.
To be, for the public's, right?
In terms of ways of
Those are coming out.
The way the public was gaining information back then, the
Right.
newspaper, people were consulting the newspapers more.
So just
Now
to-
people
yeah.
are going, it's really just kind of going with the town deleting that, so,
Delete.
and it saves there's less newspapers now than there was in 2026. It also, deleting that also saves the town money and not having to post in the paper. So the town website, it will be, as we're doing right now, will be with a notification. And I believe this also came from, it's a recommendation from the town clerk. Okay, moving on to 4.5, under ordinances. The town clerk shall cause any action of the RTM adopting, amending, or repealing an ordinance to be published in proper summary form within 1 week after the adjournment of the meeting at which such action was taken. We're adding on the town's website and if otherwise required by general statutes. So just saying where it was going to be posted. Yep. All right, so that is it for Article 4. Okay, so we're, all right, Kathleen, Ms. Griffin?
Okay, Okay, I think I'm back in, right? Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I have comments. I agree with Selectwoman Kupchak on 4.1C. I think that the legal counsel should not be, I don't think that addition needs to be added to the charter. I really believe it's an administrative problem. The town used to have assistant town attorney who was basically dedicated to the RTM and FOI issues and some other issues in town government. And I just feel like that's something that can really be fixed without putting it in the charter in such a specific way. And again, with the ex officio roles, I definitely don't think the COO, especially as a non-elected official, should be on the RTM. And by adding all those members to the Board of Education as ex officio members, you now have more ex officio. You have more than half of the RTM is going to be ex officio members. You're going to have like 60 some odd people on the RTM. And while most of the Board of Ed members may not come, I think if you have a meeting that is controversial about school funding or anything else like that, they most likely will be there. They can sit at the table, they can be recognized, they can go into executive session. I just think it's too many people to add in. I would just keep it with the other one. And then for 4.3D, which is the notice of meetings, and 4.5, which is the notice of the ordinances, I understand why it doesn't make sense to have to put notice in everybody's, to mail it to everybody. However, what the newspaper is it's push notification, which means information is getting pushed out to the public by the town, and the town is being forced to do that by publishing it in the newspaper. When you just post it on your website, unless somebody is actually looking for it, there's nothing in this language that it's requiring the town to push it out in a newsletter or in an email, or to otherwise make it, put it out to the public so the public knows that it's actually been listed there. So given that the statutes still require the newspaper publishing anyway, I feel like you should just take this language out, leave it alone, come up with some better language at some point in time, or a process for which you're going to be proactively putting things on the website anyway. There's probably no reason why ordinances shouldn't be listed on the website when they're approved and pushed out to people. Right now, you have to actually find it in the newspaper. So those are my comments on those 4 sections.
David Krasnoff, 155 Burr Street. Would like to comment on 4.2, the membership. And actually, contradictory to what Ms. Griffin said, I actually do think it's valuable to have Board of Ed members as ex officios, and not for the reason for controversial issues. Usually when things get to the RTM, the Board of Ed has already, as a whole, made a vote and passed something, and that is the voice of the board. But we do all serve on different committees and have different expertise that I do think it would be valuable to have us sitting at a table of an RTM. For example, I'm on the facilities committee, and when it comes to certain questions about facilities, instead of the chair having to ask me if I can join, I could take it upon myself to join, sit in, answer any questions, or the process that maybe our facilities committee, whether I'm a member or a chair, or maybe at least the chair of the facilities committee. But it just opens up options for us to be able to explain things to the RTM a little bit better than just through the chair. Because the chair doesn't always have all these answers. Then they got to go back to us and ask us and then come back to the board. So I think it would be a lot more efficient actually having Board of Ed as ex officio members. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Liz Ezma, 160 Fairfield Woods Road, Unit 22. So I rise to address 4.1C and further Selectwoman Kupchak's comments and Kathleen Griffin's comments. I did at one time have some concerns about the use and potential abuse of an attorney working for the RTM other than the town attorney. Of course, at any given time, the town attorney may be a sole proprietor without a firm for which they might have alternate attorneys to assist. For us, typically an attorney is someone who's helping us craft legislation. I do not foresee, nor would I support in any way, a situation where you would find you meet this threshold, and I think this threshold is the right one, incidentally, rather than just 2/3. An attorney is secured, and then it becomes a battle between the findings or the ruling of the town attorney and an outside attorney. That is completely, I think, abusive of this power. In my mind, this is strictly to assist the legislative body in their lawmaking responsibilities. So I support it now with this threshold. As far as the ex officio, Mr. Krasnov just stole all my thunder on the Board of Ed, thank you. As far as the chief operating officer, this job is structured very differently at this point than a previous similar position. And that person, he or she, may in fact be attending a meeting in the stead of the chief executive. And I think it's critical that they have this, status with the RTM, and for the same reason that we have the CFO is an ex officio. So I fully support the COO for those reasons to be an ex officio of the RTM. Thank you.
Any additional public comment?
Yes, Eric Trushik, 306 Quincy, here in Fairfield, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Charter Revision Commission. And I want to extend apologies of Mr. Chris DeWitt, the Chair of the Charter Commission. He's unable to attend tonight due to a work conflict. Otherwise, he would definitely be here. I just want to correct one thing that Ms. Griffin pointed out on 4.5. She is correct that the current Connecticut general statutes require the publication of ordinances in a newspaper. That is why that is still required in our revision, and why we are giving the town the option to remove said posting in a newspaper if the Connecticut general statutes happen to change.
Actually, to clarify, we still have to do it unless the
yeah.
state changes?
Yeah, it's in there, still in the ordinance, we added that, but in a newspaper and having general circulation in the town. So that is still, language is still in the charter as it's.
What is not required, I think it was 4.3D, if I remember correctly, the statute should not require the meeting notice in the newspaper, so that is removed. Right. The statutes do require the ordinances to be posted, newspapers, published. Therefore, we are retaining that, but giving the option for the town in case the statutes do change.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Yep. All right, so we're moving on to Article 5, Executive Branch in General. So 5.1, we're just changing to select persons. 5.2, changing to select persons. 5.3, striking the copy on official bonds. I'm going to ask the vice chair just to, why this was removed, this whole section?
Oh, this official bonds is no longer relevant in how the town works today due to I believe it's the other insurance policies that the town already has in place. It's not been used for years, it is not currently being used, and we did confer with the town attorneys and also the First Selectman's office that this should in fact come out.
Thank you for that clarification, being that we're striking that whole section, I wanted to make sure that we heard straight from the commission on that. Nothing else for this section. We'll go to the public. Any public comment on Article 5? Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Article 6, changing it from Board of Selectmen to Board of Select Persons. If there's no objection, I'm not gonna, every time we change it to select persons, in the sections, we're just changing it a lot, so I'm not gonna go through,
No, just
for
throughout
each
the
section, I'll
document.
just go through.
That's a lot.
Okay, I'm gonna go to C, general powers and duties. The executive authority of the town shall be vested in the Board of Select Persons except to the extent such authority is expressly granted to the first select person in the charter. The Board of Select Persons shall have the powers and duties vested in and conferred upon a Board of Selectmen that was added by the general statutes or by ordinance. except those expressly vested in the first select person by this charter or by ordinance, and except as expressly modified in this charter. So that was added. Moving on to 6.1C, number 1. This is about the contract approval. All contracts to which the town shall be a party shall be subject to approval of the Board of Select Persons, except contracts authorized to be made by and on behalf of the Board of Education. The select person shall have the power to delegate their authority to other town officers, employees, and bodies where the contract would be for a duration of, we're striking right now, less than 1 month, adding year or less, and would involve an expenditure by or income to the town of $50,000 or less. $50,000 or less. So that's really just the threshold for increasing. We're in section 6.1C, number 1. This is really just raising the threshold for the Board of Selectmen to $50,000 from 10, changing the duration. Right now, a lot of contracts are coming before the Board of Selectmen.
Too many.
It's been a bone of contention for the subject, in case you couldn't tell. And this will just free up time, and it's, over the last 20 years, $10,000. Maybe it seemed like it was a lot more than it is today. Okay, moving on to number, that's just select persons. Okay, we're adding H for compensation. Compensation. Any change to the compensation of the members of the Board of Select Persons, including the first select person, shall be determined by a Select Person Compensation Committee appointed by the Board of Select Persons and composed of 1 Republican on the Board of Finance, 1 Democrat on the Board of Finance, 1 Republican on the RTM, and 1 Democrat on the RTM. Compensation shall include all payments, wages, salary, benefits, health insurance, cost sharing, or any other remuneration of any form. Any changes made to the compensation of the members of the Board of Select Persons, including the first select person, shall only apply to future terms and shall not apply to the current term. So this was just added to give clarification about how compensation is decided and who makes that decision.
So as I was really doing a deep dive later on, I was thinking, and I know we can't change it, but I think we were being too narrow by saying Republican and Democrat. I think it should have been.
Well, and I think that I might have, I think I might have raised this in one of our meetings.
Yeah.
I think we discussed that on either this or another section, and we decided we think it will be a while before there's a party with a lot of members who's not Republican or Democrat, and maybe the next charter revision will have to change that.
I think we could have said majority or minority, just to not be exclusive, right, of.
No, I mean, we did talk about this one too, and we'll see.
So the first sentence, well, it is that way now, isn't it? What does it say now? What is our current language?
This is new, this is a new section.
This is
a whole new section.
This codifies the existing practice.
What we've been,
It's
how,
what we've been doing.
the practice we've been doing though is by ordinance, isn't it?
No,
Where is it?
it's not written. That's why.
Where do we get it from? No, honestly, do we know?
I don't know where it came from. The commission thought it was a good process, so they decided to codify it.
Board of Finance at some point probably, or some
Because it's been going on
CFO
for
or
a very
somebody
long
decided
time.
how best to decide on the compensation for the first select person. And it would be probably not
I mean, I'm not gonna
appropriate
try
for the
and-
first select person to set their own
No.
salary.
No, I think the way we do it is right. I think it's strange that we don't know where it came from. like who wrote it, how it got here, that it wasn't in the charter. I mean, I'm listening, I'm just thinking out loud here, so don't hold me to anything. You know, we're doing this way for a long time anyway. I do have, you know, I think that we probably should have been minority, majority, or something thereof, being more inclusive. I don't know if there's a way to, you know, like maybe divide this and keep the second and third sentence defining the compensation. You know, and the committee. I don't know, maybe we could just discuss that maybe a little.
I mean, I support this. This is the practice that we are doing right now.
Right.
I did understand like there are other parties besides Republican
Right.
and Democrat, but right now the way our town is running, and very often when people are unaffiliated and they run for office, they are getting cross-endorsed, so.
Right. I just don't.
I hear you, but I feel like
Of the opportunity, but.
I think it's boxing somebody out if we don't necessarily think it's going to be.
But considering how long it takes us to get a charter change
Anything
done in this
done.
town,
Well, I
it may
think-
be like, we all may be dead the next
Yeah,
time.
but to your point, if we don't know who decided on the current practice, and if we think the current practice is a good one, I
Right.
appreciate the commission putting it in the charter, because this is the guiding document for how our government works. So I hope that you will not want to.
Well, maybe I don't want to, but I would like to talk about it.
But no, I will, well, I will add
When we
that,
get back.
I will add this to, so this is 6, 6.
H.
6H. All right, moving on, 6.2. This is really just select person, powers conferred by ordinance, select person. This is we're adding under 6.2A, number 8, this is an add. Prepare and maintain a 10-year capital plan and submit annually to the Board of Select Persons for review prior to submittal to the Board of Finance for its approval of such plan for the next fiscal year. This is really just codifying the need for a 10-year capital plan, and we already do this in terms of having the waterfall. Right now, this just codifies it and also adds having the plan presented to the Board of Select Persons first before a submittal to the Board of Finance.
Right, and when we talked about this, I had said at our confer meeting that I thought we should take out prepare and maintain, because we know that really that's the finance department and the CFO, and that the first select person presents. They're obviously involved in the discussions, but, and that's just semantics. But I think it's, you know, it's fine. I wish the CRC had come back and just wrote, you know, will present a 10-year capital plan, but it's fine.
Oh, also, I skipped for number 7, 6.2, 7, have the ability to delegate such authority as may be necessary to a select person or town officer. That language was changed. It currently reads the selectmen or to administrative assistants whose appointment may be authorized by the RTM. So just right now, the ability to delegate to a select person and
you brought that up.
and the town officers that I brought.
During our meetings,
Yeah, just in terms of delegation. So if the first selectman can't attend, you know, he can send somebody, or he or she can send someone in their stead. All right. And we're on to 6.2D, this is an add for staff. This first select person is entitled to appoint a chief of staff and administrative assistants or equivalent positions. All assistants and staff appointed by the first select person shall serve at the pleasure of the first select person. And E is an add compensation. The first select person's compensations shall be determined as provided in 618, which is what we just discussed. 6.3, A, just change language to select person. 6.3B, method of filling vacancies on the board of select persons. Just changing from selectmen to select persons. However, the commission did take this item up for discussion, and this was added. Any select person appointed pursuant to this section 6.3B during the first 18 months of the term of office of the select person being replaced shall stand for election at the next municipal election to fill the office for the remaining 2 years. And they strike the vacancy to adding the word. So right now, if there's a vacancy, as we're living this right now as we speak, if there's a vacancy that occurs on the Board of Selectmen, including the office of the first selectman, the Board of Selectmen shall fill that vacancy within 30 days. And then it goes to the other group of elected officials. Right now, this is saying if the vacancy occurs in the first 18 months of the term of office, that vacancy shall be filled for the next municipal election, which is similar to how we fill vacancies on other boards.
So can I ask Eric or Karen, why did you guys change it from 2 or not look to like 30, 36 months, something, because of the 4-year term? How did you land on 18?
So obviously 4-year term, so we focused on the first half.
Can I ask you to just go to the podium, I think just for the.
Yes, Eric Treshak, 306 Quincy, Vice Chair, the Chair of the Charter Commission. So the 4-year term, so we focused on the first half of the term, because we're talking about filling the remainder of the term. And initially, we did discuss 2 years, but that would mean then that any vacancy that happened immediately before the election would then need to be filled immediately at that election. And so we settled on the 18 months, where it would allow then time for the process that we're discussing here today, or I guess this past month, of that can take 2 or more months to potentially fill a vacancy on the Board of Selectmen, and then allow time for the parties to do the nomination, that type of thing from an election perspective. So we thought it was appropriate to allow some time for the normal processes to run, and we recognize it would not take care of every eventuality, and of course what we're dealing with unfortunately right now, but it would deal with any type of situation where there was a immediate, let's say, a transition to a vacancy, that to ensure the public did have a voice in filling the remainder of the term.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so that is it for Article 6. Any public comment on the changes in Article 6? Ms. Griffin?
Wait 1 second.
Okay.
Hi, Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I had a few comments on 6.1H, which is the new compensation paragraph. I kind of agree that using the words Democrat and Republican and being that specific in the charter is not like any of the other language we have in there, and I just don't like it. I also think that it's that specific that if other people wanted to serve, they now can't serve. So my question would be, or something for you to think about, is can that be done by an ordinance? Does that have to be done in the charter? And or can you strike, the majority of the sentences and just keep the very first part that it's a compensation committee set up by the Board of Selectmen? Do you have to go to the next step of being that specific about the position? And I would guess I would have the similar comment about the 10-year capital plan. There were some comments or questions about having that extra language in there. Can that be done in an ordinance? And if so, perhaps at this meeting, you can just make a list of those things that you want to recommend to the RTM to do to make an ordinance, and they could probably get the ordinances passed before November and be done very quickly. And then my comment on the vacancies on the Board of Selectmen, while I agree that it's good idea that they're sitting at the next election, the next municipal election, I still strongly believe, and I've said this to the last Charter Commission, I said it to this one as well, that neither commission went far enough in terms of allowing the public to have a referendum within the first 30 days. And so as we can kind of see in the current situation, we're being pushed into a spot where, you know, one selectman is having to wait the 30 days so that there is a potential for a referendum so that the public can have their say and actually call for a vote if they choose to have one. And that was what the lawsuit was about, you know, back in, I don't remember what year it was with Mr. Tetro. But that was, or Kevin Kiley going on the board. But that particular piece is, I think, really important for the public to be able, in on a Board of Selectmen like this, to be able to get a petition. It's not easy to do it, but to be able to get it signed and call for an election if they don't like the choices that the other two selectmen are making. And so I feel like this change is not, unfortunately, while it's doing something, it's really not doing enough to prevent the situation that's happening right now. And those are my comments on that section.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Any public comment? Okay.
Can I ask?
Sorry, on this section? We're still in. We're still in section
Clarifying question
6. Yeah.
to the attorneys. So what do you both think about that? Like, because I did get some feedback, not just on this section, but like throughout, like a lot of this stuff could have been done by ordinance and by our RTM, and that we're kind of jamming pack our charter with a lot of things that could be written by ordinance, and maybe to avoid that piece of like being Republican, Democrat on the compensation, to actually take what we've been doing all these years and ask the RTM just to write an ordinance and have it be, you know, solidified in that manner. Is that something that, what do you think, Phil?
How about for selectmen compensation?
Correct, the committee. So if, because again, Kathleen's not the only person who has felt that this is a bit undemocratic, that we're doing it like this. There's nowhere else in the document does it say Democrat, right? Is there a way we could just ask the RTM to write an ordinance of how the compensation committee works with more neutral language that's more inclusive?
Yeah, I think you could have the RTM form a selectman compensation committee, but it would be an advisory committee because the power to set compensation of town officers is vested in the Board of Selectmen in the charter currently. This would create an exception to that. So I think the question is, do you want to really solidify this process as the process, or do you want to have an advisory commission that the Board of Selectmen can disregard? Because right now, that is actually the process. There's a recommendation.
Right.
But this would mean that this body actually has the authority to make the decision. So that's a policy judgment for.
Well, I don't mean set up an advisory. I mean, write an actual ordinance, town code. That's the way we do it.
Right, but my point is that I don't think we're gonna, could we have the ordinance supersede power? I don't think.
The ordinance can't supersede something
It
in the
can't
charter.
supersede the charter, that's my point.
There's something in the charter.
The charter is silent on this.
No, it's not. No, the compensation of town officers is set by the Board of Selectmen. So,
With the recommendation.
that's why it's always been voted on by the Board of, the vote is by the Board of Selectmen. They take a recommendation.
The recommendation from the compensation, and that's the way they were kind of getting around for it to.
Yes, because they
being sort of.
They didn't want to be deciding their own compensation,
Right.
so they set up an advisory commission to recommend something to them. This would take it a step further by making this process in the charter and ensuring that the Board of Selectmen couldn't do something differently in the future and would have to follow the recommendation. Because I don't think the RTM by ordinance could bind the Board of Selectmen to follow the recommendation. So certainly there could be an ordinance to codify an advisory commission, but I don't think an ordinance could do what this charter provision has done. So that's whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is a policy judgment for you guys to make.
Just so you know, Phil's referring to section 5.2 of the charter. So essentially, you couldn't write that section by ordinance.
Right.
It's 5.2, just for the public, compensation of executive branch members. The members of all boards and commissions, except the Board of Select Persons, shall serve without compensation unless the RTM shall otherwise direct, except as provided in this charter or otherwise by law. The compensation of all town officers shall be fixed by the Board of Select Persons, subject to the adoption of the town budget as provided in Article 12 of this charter.
But have we had any instances where, I don't remember, but I don't think we had any instances where the Board of Selectmen didn't take the advice of the commission, of the committee.
Well, I think that the Board of Selectmen could decide that they don't want there to be a committee. They could just decide what the compensation could be. But this, putting it in the
Yeah, but that
charter,
would look really bad,
well, I mean,
and I think it'd be really dumb to do that.
well, I mean, I think that there's, I don't want to necessarily make assumptions on
Right.
how other.
I just wish the language, right.
Other Board of Select persons are going to act. Let the vice chair to the podium, sir.
Yeah, that's a question of the charter attorney, just to clarify. So when the Board of Selectmen is considering to accept or reject changes, are they about to remove words or clauses, just strike? Could they go to strike the whole, could they end at the end of the sentence of, we'll form a committee, period, and strike the remainder of the sentence regarding the composition of the committee? Is that allowed in this process?
They can make some piecemeal rejections, like you can't.
They could reject that
like
clause,
the first
essentially.
word, the fourth word, you can't like change the sentence.
But they can reject a portion of a sentence.
It would depend on what that is, like.
Right, I think that's what I was asking earlier. Thank you. To your point, is I asked if we could divide. I know it's getting into the weeds a little bit, but, obviously that's what we're doing, is getting into the weeds. This is a weedy document. Dividing the first sentence, say, for example, since the language is identifying specific parties and some feel inappropriate, and maybe, keeping the second and third sentence, defining the compensation.
I share the concern, and I think that I did raise it when we were talking about the Democrat-Republican, but I also, just being somewhat pragmatic in the world in which we're operating right now, in terms of if there's going to be one person from each party, they can caucus with other members of that party to get feedback from the other members of the board, where.
Well, I was just asking them if they thought we could, if the attorneys thought what Eric just said, could we divide? That's right, you're an attorney.
I'm not going to give legal advice, I'll leave it to them. Karen
What is more
Wackerman,
of
when
the
they.
thought process behind it?
Right. I think, as you were saying, in the current environment, I think this would probably be the most readily accepted by everyone. If you can imagine 2 Democrats, a Republican, and a working family party be the makeup, that would, I think the Republican Party would be worried about that. So I think the reality is the vast majority of people are either one or the other or unaffiliated, and as the first selectman said, they can be supported by one of the parties. But to me, it seems like this is the safest way now. And we do ask near the end of the proposed charter that the town open up the charter every 10 years. So, and if there's some other reason, they can open it up anytime they want. But if there's an evolution where there's more parties and it's a more robust, competitive situation, then you can change it. That's my suggestion.
I think it's important to codify this, so
I'm
I
not,
under-
I'm
I
not,
understand-
I'm not
I
putting my,
understand-
you know,
I
I'm not
understand the
having a-
concerns,
a
but-
firm sort of, I
Okay.
just wanted to have a dialogue
No, I
about it.
appreciate it.
And I do appreciate all the feedback.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
It's
Okay.
valuable, thank you.
All right, so any additional public comment on 6? All right, moving on to Article 7. Okay, the only thing for that was changing to select persons. Public comment on Article 7? Okay, seeing none, moving on to Article 8, elected boards and commissions. We're deleting in section 8.1A, the Board of Assessment Appeals shall meet when they have business to transact. We're deleting that. In 8.1B, under meetings, we're deleting hold at least 10 regular stated meetings a year and shall. So now it's like all elected boards and commissions except the Board of Assessment Appeals shall give annual notice of regular meetings as required by general statutes. Officers of each board and commission, except the Board of Select Persons, shall be elected annually at an organization meeting, so noticed by the town clerk.
So, I don't remember this too much, too clearly. Why are we doing this, eliminating the meetings, the 10 meetings requirement?
I think that there's been feedback that not, some boards and commissions, well, some commissions may not have business to conduct every month, or they were having trouble having a quorum, but I will let, to the town
Yeah,
attorney.
that was requested by the town clerk, because she said that not every board needs to meet every month, and they don't meet every month, so a charter rule that they have to meet have this number of meetings
Right.
didn't make sense, and I believe that the commission agreed with the town clerk on that.
Yes.
Was it a lot of commissions that, I mean,
You don't have an exact number.
But as you know, it does take, to
No,
notice,
I know, I
to
just-
notice a meeting and for people to come and not want to be respectful of our
and
volunteers'
we
time.
can't change it as far as like no less than, we don't want commissions that don't ever meet and they're just sort of perfunctory, not doing anything.
We actually did talk about that and decided yeah.
Just to get you on camera.
Yeah, oh, thanks. Karen Wackerman, 192 Shoreham Village Drive. We did talk about that, and we really decided we're going to trust our fellow citizens that if they're appointed to a board or commission, they're going to do what they're supposed to do. And there are provisions about when they can be removed. So would you say that's an accurate?
Yes.
So that's why we ended up doing that.
Was there any input from anybody saying that they weren't, like, did Betsy say, oh, we've got like this many commissions who never even meet? We have, that she's having to post things and they're not.
Not that they never meet, and she didn't give us numbers, but she sees it enough that it was one of her requests, one of her formal requests at the beginning.
So it's like a sort of a paperwork issue for her because she's having to chase these people down to ask them if they're having.
I think probably also it just seems pointless to her for some of them, that why require this when.
Posting meetings.
Yeah, I don't know, knowing her, I don't think it would just be
I
paper.
think it has to do with, especially when you consider like the summer months and then holidays, maybe there's a meeting that is missed, and then all of a sudden you're not holding the 10 meetings. In the charter, this provision requires the boards to, they shall hold 10 meetings.
Every single.
Right, so, other than, Board of Selectmen and, maybe that's actually not it being done currently. I mean, I don't know, because that's.
We're having way more than that.
No, you guys are meeting in the middle, there's no question. But I mean, even the RTM sometimes had dispensed with July and August, for
Right.
example, right? And then they're just at 10. I don't think they'd ever be less than that, but.
There just may not be business for certain boards and commissions to conduct, and if there's not business, why have a meeting? But the answer to that is that they're required to per the charter. So I think being respectful to just town clerk put this forward, being respectful to especially those that are serving on appointed boards and commissions, our volunteers, to be respectful of the time and trust our commissioners to set their agenda. And if there's an issue with it, then the Board of Selectmen can have boards and commissions come before us to, especially our appointed the commissions to report back why they're not meeting more often.
Can I ask why we took section A, number A, 2.3? The Board of Assessment Appeals shall meet when they have business to transact. Why did we redline that out?
Because it's, so Eric Trushik, the Charter Revision Commission, because it's addressed in 8.1B1 in the way that it refers specifically to the Board of Assessment Appeals, is not required to give annual notice, therefore it then just meets when it has business to transact. So it was superfluous
Right, but
language.
here okay, so you're redlining it 2.3, but it's somewhere else.
I thought you were asking in A1A why we redlined it out the.
I'm sorry, I wasn't specific. Let me just start. Elected boards and commissions, and then
Right, so A1.
A, and then right below that, 2.3.
Yeah, I think the two changes go together because under the current charter, the Board of Assessment Appeals is exempt from the 10 meeting requirement, and that's why in A it says they'll meet when they have business, so.
But that's redlined here. Okay, so, I see what you're saying. We're taking away the 10, so now they don't have to have.
Yeah, so the thing is now everyone's gonna meet when they have business, so we could, it became odd to list just one body that's gonna meet when they have business.
I understand.
Stay up there. All right, we're just going on, there's a change in 8.3 to select persons, where 8.3D is being,
8.3D.
is under Board of Finance. You're deleting the section on assessment system, being that the whole section is being deleted.
Yes, that was specifically requested by First Selectman Gerber in the way that this is no longer used and is no longer used for years. And they've used a very different system today, so it made sense to remove this requirement.
Thank you.
Can I ask though, so would this, or maybe you know, or I don't know how much of a discussion you had about this, but Phil, would this take away the Board of Finance having any oversight on this?
So, we're talking about D, the assessment system?
assessment
Correct,
system.
yes.
So, I don't think anyone knows what this language means. So, I don't think the Board of Finance wants this. This tax assessor asked for it to be removed.
Yeah, but how about the Board of Finance? What did they say?
I don't think they provided, did they give you any comments on it?
No, but our chair, Mr. DeWitt, served on the Board of Finance for, I think, 16 years, a long time. And so I'm confident he would have raised an issue if he thought
I
there
think
was an
he
issue
was
there.
also in agreement that no one has
Yes,
ever.
absolutely supported. He supported and voted for this removal.
So it says the Board of Finance shall install and shall modernize from, and that's out.
So,
And then it says preparation to keep of tax maps and land maps in the discretion of the Board of Finance.
so it's a very odd section because
It is.
the requirements of the tax assessor's office are set by the statutes and
Right.
there's a process for the revaluation and everything else, so.
Yes.
So it's really getting struck because it's just not pertinent to the way we do business, and there's other.
If the tax assessor asked for it to be
Yeah.
removed, I don't, do you know what it
When we
means?
first looked at it, we honestly don't know what it refers to, how you would implement this section. Like, there's extensive statutory structure on how towns
Yeah.
assess, how clerks maintain documents,
Right.
and that's what this town follows and every other town follows.
Because in the prior charter revision, the Board of Finance had shared that they wanted to be part of choosing the vendors in the process. And so did the commission, they're just going based on one person, they didn't reach out to the chair, the current chair, or anybody? For just maybe
For
some.
the current chair of the Board of Finance?
Correct.
Yes, Mr. DeWitt did reach out to Ms. Charlton, right? To specifically request feedback regarding what the Board of Finance might want to consider from a change perspective. And revisions to this, keeping this was not one of those suggestions. She did not ask to keep this or revise it in any way outside of being fine with it being removed.
Okay, and she didn't have any input about what they may, did they want any involvement or any?
None to my memory.
All right.
I'm not even sure that this does that for them.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that this, but if they had recommended language that they might have liked or something like that. I thought maybe if there was.
If I can say that the operating assumption here that we've been working with is this, because no one knows what this really does and it's not really used today, by removing this, we're not hamstringing the Board of Finance in any way or removing power from them in any way.
Right.
We're instead removing residual language from the charter that is no longer operational.
I don't think the 2022 charter revision retained this language, Brenda, I'm just looking at it now.
No, I'm not saying, I said they had indicated that they would, because obviously reval is such a, an emotional situation, everybody gets very stressed out about it. Trust me, I know firsthand, people being very upset. And having that finance board, having some involvement in the.
Well, I think that they can have the tax assessor report to them and be involved in the process.
He does.
Yeah, so I think that, I think that the fact that it's not being used right now, Chairman DeWitt was on the Board of Finance, did not see the need for it. You as former first select woman doesn't really seem to, in terms of.
Right, I mean, it's a purchasing, really thing, right? The vendors bid on the thing and then.
Well, and they bid, and then it has
they
to come, and then
choose,
the Board of
correct.
Selectmen basically approves that.
Approves
So
that,
there's-
right. So we're just removing assessment system, the Board of Finance shall install and shall modernize from, that's out. And time to, or is the whole red section
The
out?
whole paragraph is
The
out.
whole red
The whole thing
section's
is
out,
out.
not just the red line pieces.
That's the whole,
That's the whole thing.
everything in the paragraph's red line.
This thing is being deleted completely. D is
Okay.
gonna be gone, we're gonna renumber, E is gonna become D. And then in D, the Board of Finance shall, we're gonna strike, approve, recommend the town budget in the manner set forth. That's section 12 in this charter. And that is it for Article 8. Okay.
Okay, wait I'm sorry, Kathleen Griffin has a comment.
Sorry, yes, Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I wanted to offer a comment on 8.1B1, the 10 meeting requirement. I had mentioned this to the CRC in one of my earlier emails that I strongly suggested that they change it from shall having to hold the meetings to at least noticing 10 meetings a year. Because I think that not setting any requirement on the boards as much as we hope that they will do the job that they're required to do. If they sit down into December to set their calendar, they say, let's just set up 4 meetings for the year and then we can hold special meetings whenever we need them. And I think the more special meetings you have, the more difficult it becomes to approve minutes, to add items to the agenda, and or for people who are potentially interested in joining a board to actually know when it's most likely that that board is going to meet so that they can start to attend and watch the meetings. So I just think it's a slippery slope to take that out of there. I think that at least, had the language been changed to just notice the meetings, then as most of the boards do now, they just issue a cancellation notice, they check in with their other members, and the meeting gets canceled if there's no business, just like the Board of Selectmen or any of the other other boards do. I just don't think that this is a good idea, given, how much we rely on our boards and commissions in this town, Town Plan and Zoning Commission, all the Board of Finance, all of these boards. I just don't think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Any other public comment on Article 8?
So that's actually,
You want to flag that?
yeah, I'm gonna flag that.
Okay.
I'd be interested in what the attorneys and Eric and Karen think. I mean, if we could maybe do something like that, because I think she makes kind of a fair point.
I'm sorry, what number was that? 8.1B.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on to Article 9. So in 9.1, we're adding the word qualifications. Under appointed officers. So establishment qualifications is being added. We're adding the letter A and then adding numbers. We're adding the chief operating officer to this list. We're adding a general manager of the Water Pollution Control Authority to this list. And we're adding a section, section B, qualifications. And this is the language. Except to the extent that a town officer is not a town employee, the qualifications of all appointed town officers, including and in addition to those enumerated in this charter by the general statutes or special act, shall be prepared by the Director of Human Resources and approved by the first select person and the appointing authority. Said job qualifications shall be prepared in accordance with nationally accepted professional standards and best practices in the applicable field, and shall be reviewed and updated if necessary every 4 years and whenever a vacancy occurs in the position. Update shall be approved by the first select person and the appointing authority. We had a decent amount of conversation about this. Any additional comments? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's good.
All right. I think it's a great ad. Just in 9, select person, select person, select person. For 9.3 for town attorney, under C3, upon the request of the Board of Select Persons or any other town officer, board, commission, authority, or the RTM, we're adding or the RTM, give a written opinion on the question of law relating to the powers and duties of the officer or body making the request. And we're just adding the RTM, it's been established as not a town officer, so we needed to add them specifically to section 9.3C3, the same thing in number 4, and that is why there's the add there, just for clarification that they also can request guidance from the town attorney. All right, moving on to 9.4, assistant town attorneys. We're changing selectmen to select persons. And we're striking the language, the first select person, well, not striking this, I'll read the sentence. The first select person may then appoint the assistant town attorneys and may remove assistant town attorneys without cause. We're striking that and adding the assistant town attorneys may be removed without cause by the first select person. So it's just kind of a language tweak on that. Moving on to 9.5, fiscal officer and controller. 9.5A, appointment and qualifications. We're adding in accordance with the qualifications established pursuant to section 9.1B of the charter. Moving down to 9.6, town treasurer, fixing the adding select person. The town treasurer shall have such qualifications established in accordance with the provisions of section 9.1B of the charter. 9.7, Director of Public Works. We are striking the language that the Director of Public Works be a professional engineer registered in the state, and adding the language, and shall have such qualifications required by the general statutes and established in accordance with the provisions of section 9.1B of the charter. Under the duties of the Director of Public Works, we're adding 9.6B, number 3, follow town human resources policies and procedures to assign a town engineer who shall be a professional engineer registered in the state and who shall serve as the technical advisor of the town in all departments except the Board of Education in all matters concerning the physical development of the town and the design, construction, and maintenance of the physical plant. So that is, you know, that professional engineer piece is being captured with this position.
Which it is now already.
Well, right now,
I mean, we have an engineering
we have
department.
we have that, but it's just clarifying that we're
I
gonna
mean,
make
I
sure that
think-
we still have the PE.
Right, I think that, you
as
know,
a
this.
as a resource, and it doesn't
this was-
necessarily need to be the.
I made a big, you
DPW.
know, push against the DPW director for years, that, you know, he wasn't qualified when he was extraordinarily qualified. And that we, you know, at the time of the writing of the document, we didn't even have an engineering department, we just had a DPW director,
So
so.
I think that this
our town is-
captures.
No, I like that, it's good.
Yeah, captures
You know,
what
and
we're
just,
doing.
you know, the part where, I don't think we're here with that part yet. You know, having to be part of other commissions, we're not there yet,
Okay.
okay.
So now we're moving on to 9.8, under building official. And this language is the same language that we're adding now that we're adding the qualifications piece. Select persons shall have such qualifications required by the general statutes and established in accordance with the provisions of sections 9.1B of the charter. The building official shall serve until the removal, retirement, or resignation. And this same language, if I can read it for, it goes in section 9.9 for the purchasing agent, adding the same languages about the provisions of 9.1B. Director of Human Social Services, same language, section 9.1B. Under 9.10, under the duties of the Director of Human and Social Services, language was added. We added the "and social," and I'll read it. Coordinate the work of Department and Human and Social Services with that of other government agencies, private social service organizations, and special commissions on social services as mandated, this is the ad, on social services as mandated by the general statutes. These matters include, but are not limited to, services for individuals with disabilities, older adults, veterans, youth, and underserved populations. That was an ad.
I mean, that's just basically codifying what they do anyway.
And we're deleting for service to the aging and disabled of the town because it's captured in the new language. So it's just some wordsmithing there to better caption the work that they do. Director of Parks and Recreation, just adding that language about going back to 9.1B for qualifications. 9.12, Director of Community and Economic Development, same thing. We are adding the Director of Community and Economic Development shall have such qualifications established in accordance with the provisions of 9.1B of the Charter. We are also striking the language "and may be removed by the first select person without cause." That language is in there, we're striking that. Director of Human Resources, just adding that language about 9.1B. And then 9.14, this is the addition of the Chief Operating Officer. I'll read the language. Appointment and supervision. The Chief Operating Officer shall be appointed by the first select person, shall report to the first select person. The Chief Operating Officer shall have such qualifications established in accordance with the provisions of section 9.1B of the Charter. The Chief Operating Officer may be removed without cause by the first select person and shall serve until removal, retirement, or resignation. B, duties. The Chief Operating Officer shall have such duties as determined by the first select person concerning the management and supervision of the administration and operation of town departments. The Chief Operating Officer shall be ex officio member without vote on the RTM. This language ties back. We spoke about the ex officio, so
I remember, maybe I misremember, but I thought most of the, like with DPW and like everyone, we said that they're in line with job descriptions written by the HR director I don't see it here.
It'll be under, the chief operating officer shall have such qualifications established in accordance with the provisions of section 9.1B of the charter.
And that's
That's that.
okay, thank you. And then, then we have this again, B, duties, determined by the first select person concerning the management and supervision of the administration. And town departments shall be ex officio members. So it's written twice here with this.
Well, it's in, so if that's an area that is
It's throughout the
flagged,
document.
we could just.
Just to bring it up that for discussion purposes later.
Yep.
Yeah. I'd edit, wherever it's in the document.
Okay. All right, so some renumbering, 19.14 becomes 19.15 because we added the chief operating officer. Adding language in the manner specified below, just in terms of how these positions are appointed. Internal auditor or auditors.
So
Again, we're adding the same language for this. The internal auditors shall have such qualifications established in accordance with the provisions of section 9.1B of the charter. The internal auditor or auditors may only be removed for cause by the board of select persons.
okay, for cause.
For cause, and that that was our big,
Oh,
that was,
yeah.
that was the one,
But this one is by the board of select persons as opposed to the others.
because these are officers that are appointed by that body.
Gotcha. Okay.
So under duties for 9.16B2, report for the internal auditor, report on a regular basis to the fiscal officer on matters of administration.
So
This is an ad, you were talking about some ad for the Board of Finance, suggestions. Report to the Board of Finance on audit matters.
right.
Report any issues discovered in any audit regarding the fiscal officer to the Director of Human Resources and the Board of Finance. And then make reports to the Board of Select Persons, just changing that. So that is some language that is changing for internal audit.
Did the commission, Eric, Karen, did you guys talk at all about what if this person doesn't do their job? What if they, don't do this? The Board of Finance doesn't have any really repercussion if they're not getting, report to the Board of Finance on audit matters, the person no longer takes audit direction from the CFO. So I'm a little confused. They don't take direction from the CFO. They're now taking direction from the Board of Finance? But the Board of Finance has no control over hiring or firing them. So, okay, yeah.
So, Eric Trechik, Vice Chair of the Charter Commission, 306 Quincy. So, a great, good question there, Ms. Kupchak. And so, specifically, we're trying to ensure that there were multiple checks and balances in place in this situation. First, by making it super clear that this person can only be removed for cause by the appointing authority, the Board of Select Persons. Secondly, reporting to the fiscal officer on matters of administration. So that's really the day-to-day management of the person. But to ensure that the Board of Finance, the primary financial arm of the town, is made aware of audit matters. To your point, that if they're not doing their job, I would presume the Board of Finance would communicate that to the Board of Select Persons, and the Board of Select Persons would remove the person from the role for cause for not doing their job. And so that's how that would work. But the point is to ensure that there's clarity on day-to-day management, that's the administration, but that the Board of Finance is gaining awareness on audit matters, given their role within finance in the town. And obviously, the stopgap, that if there were issues related to an audit related to the fiscal officer, then ensuring that the director of HR is also in that communication change, because that then could imply some kind of issue that needs to be addressed from an HR perspective.
Right. So to be clear, though, the Board of Selectmen really doesn't, the Board of Selectmen is not running the town. The first select person is running the town. They vote on policy and contracts, but they're not running the town. They're not here on the day-to-day operation, knowing what people are doing or what or how they're doing, because it's not their sole job. I just want to make sure that so the person no longer takes audit direction from the CFO at all?
The intent is on day-to-day management of the person, which would include the work they're doing on the audit. They will be reporting to the fiscal officer, but they must report into the Board of Finance as it relates to audit matters to ensure that that group is aware and can provide direction if needed.
Right, but just for the attorneys here, the way it works, and I'm happy to say that they can ask, I think they have the power now to ask for audits, the Board of Finance. And they have an audit subcommittee and all of that, but we're not taking away the power of CFO to ask the auditor to do audits, are we, in this? Because that's really important. The CFO needs to be, first of all, the CFO, the auditor reports to the CFO. That's their department head in the Department of Finance. And they utilize them, they're juggling a lot of balls, and they, may say, hey, listen, I'd like an audit on whatever, or, the first select person is thinking about proposing this, I need an audit on this to understand it better. So I just want to make sure we're not taking away the function of the,
So, my understanding of what the CRC was doing here was, if the CFO wants the auditor to do an audit, then the auditor will do the audit.
right.
But then reporting out on the results of the audit, like the Board of Finance will get that. And I think what the CRC was trying to do here is create a check, because if you have audits that are only internal to the finance department, then there's not necessarily a check on that or oversight, so.
You want to make sure if you're doing an internal audit that there's movement on it, that it just doesn't sit, and that you're not taking action on it. And very often, best of intentions, it's a busy place here, as I'm learning every day, that time goes by and significant issues that maybe come up in an audit are not addressed, if you know that the Board of Finance is that check on that.
Right,
And
a
the Board,
check.
and the Board of.
And the Board of Selectmen.
And in terms of.
I think the check is fine. The current practice is for the internal auditor to present reports to the Board of Finance. And they ask questions, and now they have an audit subcommittee. So I think this is kind of superfluous. They already report their audits. And the subcommittee asks detailed questions, and they have to do follow-up and all of that. So giving them power to start ordering around a town employee who works for the town, I think kind of there's no separation of powers, right? An elected board, and then there's the executive branch. So the first select person has all the 18 department heads reporting to them. And the CFO is the department head of the finance department, where the internal auditor falls within. Now, there could be internal auditors who don't maybe do stuff or might check boxes off that hadn't been actually checked or shouldn't have been checked but I'm trying to understand what this means exactly because if you have a CFO who is, and I'm just going from past experience, right? The building official or the zoning official comes down, you know, they're working with the budget director on their budget. They say, oh boy, I could use an audit on whatever to help me better prepare my budget or whatever, and it's happened. So the CFO says, oh, sure, you know, the auditor will do that for you. And the first select woman wants an audit on this because she's thinking about doing this project or doing this. If we have like now the Board of Finance ordering like tons of audits, and then we have the CFO's ordering audits, and the first select person's ordering audits, like there's all these audits. I think it should be limited in some scope, or there should be consultation with the CFO, or there should be, I don't know. I worry that there's some.
Just repeating that it's reporting to the Board of Finance on audit matters.
They always do.
I think this is just codifying that, you know, if there's audits that are happening,
their audits
if they're having, that they need to report out, not only that an audit was completed, what the findings were and what the follow-up was.
Correct.
That it's being addressed. And I think that at times maybe there wasn't that follow-through. I mean, I don't recall.
I'm just trying to understand.
And this is, it's reporting, it's not necessarily giving the Board of Finance authority over the day-to-day.
And the Board of Finance already has their right to appoint outside auditors and have.
Well, I think that there's, you know, ideally, it would be nice for the town, for the Board of Finance to have the ability to appoint outside auditors, but that also comes with an expense. And I think that we should just be internally auditing our town operations often. You know, you put in a new procedure, you want to find out how it's working, you have the internal auditor go in and just evaluate. Is it working, is it not working?
I mean, sometimes it's nice to have that outside auditor because they have a different perspective.
Well, it's both. I think that this is
And
really.
they don't work in town government and they're not like, they know people here kind of thing.
And I think that just adding the Board of Finance to this is just another layer, and given some of the past.
I just want to make sure that.
One comment, looks like Mr. DeWitt just joined, and of the Charter Commission, he's the one who can speak most directly around this specific area on the internal auditor regarding and how the Board of Finance benefits and how the town benefits from having the internal auditor report to the Board of Finance as it relates to audit matters. So, Chris, I don't know if you can hear, but if you can, maybe work with Prue to get off mute and a comment on
I just wanted to clarify the language,
Yes.
if you could help me with that.
Yes, 916, internal auditor, B, about the duties, and the specifics regarding reporting to the fiscal officer and administration and the Board of Finance and audit matters.
So the CFO still can ask for audits?
Yes.
Can I just like clarify one thing? Either the current charter or the revised charters speak to ordering audits. Like, so that process that you're talking about still exists and nothing in the new language prohibits it. It's just adding reporting requirements. That's what the change is.
So this is just reporting requirement, the tax,
No.
here it says,
Mr. DeWitt? Would you like to make a comment?
Change was not anything to do with reporting requirements. It was the reporting structure of the auditors themselves. So it had been, my later years on the Board of Finance, it had been unclear or confused how the auditors were supposed to report. And there was a lot of discussion for many years about, who's the auditor reporting to? And during the whole Phil Powell fiasco, it was widely how the auditors could be reporting to someone who could have been, involved in the whole issue. So what we did in this charter revision is we made it very clear that the audit, it doesn't change request an audit, but what it says is if the auditors now report to the Board of Finance and have to and have very specific reporting requirements to the Board of Finance, administratively, and maybe Mr. Vice Chairman, I think administratively they would report to the CFO just for yearly reviews and that kind of stuff. And in the case that there was an issue involving the CFO, then we could further their responsibility for reporting could then flow down through the director of HR. But as far as who can ask for an audit or how the audit is processed, absolutely no change.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt.
Kind of hard to hear.
I think that he's saying there's absolutely no change. This is just a reporting. It's just that they're gonna report out to the Board of Finance, and it was generated from just concerns surrounding the fill pile. It doesn't change the administration in terms of the CFO's authority and supervision of the internal auditor. Okay. What?
I always ask attorneys because I'm not one, and so I trust very much the opinion of attorneys.
No, that confirms what I was saying. It's just adding who reports are going to.
So it's not giving another added layer of power, bureaucracy, where now we have, a jumping auditor.
I mean, arguably,
Being sort of.
number 5, make reports to the Board of Select Persons and the Board of Finance semi-annually and any other times by either board.
We never got them.
That, you said that you've never done that. Well, that's a concern that now it's outlining it even more clearly that.
No, it would be great, but.
That. Ms. Wackerman?
If I may add, this is a really good thing.
Yes. Yeah. It's.
Just in the last charter revision, and it has been seriously lacking, and frankly, there were 2 things that I shared with my commission when I started. I said the 2 things that I feel, if we don't do these 2 things, we'll have completely wasted our time. One of them is the auditor, and the second one was making sure WPCA.
Karen Wackerman, 192 Shore Village Drive. Yeah, I just wanted to reassert what Chris is saying. It's a little hard to hear him. But really, the main thing with this was to protect the auditor from a CFO who maybe isn't sharing the results of things with the Board of Finance or the Board of Selectmen like they should. That's really what our goal was, to make sure they're definitely working for the with the CFO, but they're able to report and be open about something that they need to report. That makes sense.
Number 4 for this is report any issues discovered in any audit regarding the fiscal officer to the Director of Human Resources and the Board of Finance. So that is just another, a good add in terms of giving.
No, it's a
auditor,
whistleblower thing.
Yeah, so that,
and I don't have an issue with that. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly is all. I guess we can come back to it.
Okay. All right, 6.7, the assessor, just adding that language, that 9.1B. Sorry. Wait a minute, where am I? 9 point, wait. I'm sorry, Christine, could you? 9.17, the assessor. We're just adding that language about the qualifications and pointing it back to section 9.1. 9.18, the tax collector, same thing, adding that language about 9.1B. 9.19, the tree warden, we are deleting the term, shall have the term of 2 years, taking the term out, and then we're adding the language about 9.1B. Moving on to 9 which is now 20, officers appointed by other bodies, just changing the numbers. Director of Health, same thing, that we are adding that language about 9.1B. Also adding the language, the Director of Health may be removed for cause by the Board of Health with the approval of the first select person and shall serve until removal, retirement, or resignation. Select person, moving on to 9.22, the Chief of Police. We're adding the Chief of Police may be removed for cause by the Police Commission and shall serve until removal, retirement, or resignation. Moving on to 9.23, Fire Chief, adding the language, the Fire Chief may be removed for cause by the Fire Commission with approval of the first select person and shall serve until removal, retirement, or resignation. 9.24, Planning Director, same language, 9.1B, and then Mr. DeWitt's trademark 3 Rs, removal, retirement, and resignation.
Yep.
Animal Control Officer, 9.2, what are we up to, 5?
I wanna flag this one.
The Animal Control Officer?
Yeah. I don't know why we're adding the first select person into this. This should really just solely be the authority of the chief and the police commission. I don't think we need to insert a first select person into choosing who's our animal control officer. I just don't, I think it's, we don't need to do that.
Flag.
Which would, Jason, that would just revert back to what we had before, correct?
If you were to reject those, yeah, if you were to reject that clause, it would revert
The first select person was the only piece added to that section?
That was added,
before it
and then
was-
the Animal Control Officer may be removed for cause by the Police Commission with approval of the first select person and shall serve until removal, retirement, or resignation.
Oh, that was already.
All right, so we'll flag, that's 9.
I just don't think the first
2.5.
select person should be getting involved in who the ACO is.
Just, we can do it, before we just do that, was there anything, just why the approval of the first select person was added to the Animal Control Officer? That language that we might be missing?
Eric Trushik, really just around consistency.
Okay.
There was not significant feedback around a gap in that area, but we're trying to be consistent with other appointed positions.
Okay, thank you, all right.
Can I just also add, because Selectman Kupchak was asking if it just reverts to the old language, the clause also clarifies who else can remove them. So with there's a series of officers now, the planning director, the health director, whatever, that has a commission appoint them, and the Charter Revision Commission was clarifying that it's the commission that can remove them. So there's an extra sentence there added as well, that they can remove for cause by the police commission, and then also includes the approval of the first selectman. So that is also an addition to that section.
So without the new language, the chief of police still can remove the animal control officer for cause.
The police commission.
Please.
For cause.
Yes.
So I just want to take the first select person out of it. I think it politicizes it. The chief of police is the department head, and it's a little bit micromanaging, and the commission's there. So I just don't see the need for it.
You might be able to just remove the, with approval of the first select person,
And
and
then
then with removal of the flex for first, those two clauses.
do that and take that out.
Correct.
And the rest of it just stays as.
That's,
Mr. DeWitt has his hand raised.
Mr. DeWitt?
No, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Maybe that was from before.
Up, there it goes. Sorry, my apologies. I hope you can hear me better now.
We can.
Okay, great. I'm willing to stay unmuted if that helps you guys, but even though Commissioner Trushik, I'm sure, is doing and Commissioner Wackerman are doing a great job answering all your questions.
Okay, did you have any comment about just the removing with the approval of the first select person for the appointment and
No.
removal?
No, absolutely not. I agree with Commissioner Trushik, just more of a keep a consistency through the document.
Okay, thank you, all right. 5-minute recess? Motion? Second. All in favor?
Eric goes, thumbs up.
Aye. All right.
Jesus.
So we will be back at
He might need
6.
10. Double thumbs up, I think he needs 10.
Exactly. I should have planned better. I'll be back soon.
So, moving on to Conservation Director, adding the language, the Conservation Director shall have such qualifications established in accordance with provisions of section 9.1B of the Charter. The Conservation Director may be removed by cause from the Conservation Commission with approval of the first select person and shall serve until removal, retirement, and resignation. That language follows, actually, when the very last one, I say it's following through, so, moving on to 9.27, the town librarian. The town librarian shall have such qualifications established in accordance with provisions of section 9.1.b of the Charter. The town librarian shall be removed for cause by the Board of Library Trustees with approval of the first select person, shall serve until removal, retirement, and resignation. And then we're adding 9.28, the general manager of the water pollution control utility. This is an add. It just outlines the appointment. The general manager of the water pollution control utility shall be appointed by the Board of Select Persons. The general manager of the water pollution control utility shall have such qualifications established in accordance with provisions of 9.1B of the Charter. Duties. The general manager of the water pollution control utility shall be a town employee and shall have the duties as determined by the first select person with respect to the management and supervision of all water pollution control utility functions, including but not limited to facilitating communication between the town and the Water Pollution Control Authority Board, coordinating activities between the Water Pollution Control Authority Board and other departments, and supervising and managing all budget and contract approval processes with respect to the Water Pollution Control Authority Board. The general manager of the Water Pollution Control Utility shall also serve as liaison and subject matter expert to the Water Pollution Control Authority Board. The supervision, the general manager of the Water Pollution Control Utility shall report to the first select person. And that is it for Article 9. Is there any public comment on Article 9?
Yes, Kathleen Griffin, let me just unmute her.
Hi, Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I have a few comments on this section. One was the 9.1B language. Understand that it's specified at the beginning. It just seems incredibly repetitive that it's repeated in actually every single one of with the exception of the animal control officer. You know, it's repeated in each one of the job descriptions, and I just wonder, is that really necessary? It's a lot of changes in the charter. Does that have to have that language in all 27 or 28 appointments? And it's missing from the animal control officer. The other part too is that each one of their sections, like some of them start with appointment and qualifications, but other positions like the town treasurer or the building official, just it says appointment and term, and yet then you're listing the qualifications within the paragraph that's headed appointment and term. So I just feel like maybe it wasn't, it would be great if you could just do it with the paragraph and not have to repeat it every single time for all 27 positions. Let's see what else. In 9.12A, you did remove the without cause from the Community and Economic Development Director. I believe when that position was added, and the idea behind that position was it was really a position where the first selectman could sort of decide the direction of the town if he wanted to focus on affordable housing or they wanted to focus on other things. I think maybe taking that without cause out of there maybe doesn't give the first selectman as much of the ability to direct, necessarily where the town is going. So I was surprised to see that get taken out of there. Again, 9.114 is the chief operating officer. As I said before, it's also in 9.1. I really don't think that person should be an ex officio on the RTM as an appointed person. I also believe that this position has been operating with different titles under different administrations for the last couple of years. I honestly don't think it's necessary to codify it right now. I also think it's maybe not a good idea to put it in the charter. If it was appointed by the Board of Selectmen, I would think that that would be one thing, but given that this is something the first selectman can solely decide on, I don't think it necessarily brings continuity to the town the way that town administrators do in Wilton and other places. that have boards of selectmen, all those positions are appointed by the Board of Selectmen, not by the first selectman. And so I don't see the need for it here unless you're gonna make it appointed by the Board of Selectmen and try to make it a non-political position. I think it's just political and it doesn't necessarily need to be here. I don't know that the hiring process has been, that transparent and all of that through the last couple of COOs or CAOs. And I think it's operating fine, or perhaps it could be an ordinance, but then it can have some good public discussion. It was a hot button item in the last charter revision because it's a highly paid position appointed solely by the first selectman in the first selectman's office. So it was one of those things, if you do keep it, I recommend you make it an individual question. And then on 9.28, the town officer for the WPCA, I was a little surprised as to why the WPCA board was not at all involved in the hiring of the manager. I was sort of surprised that they weren't listed there someplace. And my recommendation again on that one would consider whether all of these WPCA changes, there's an awful lot in one of the next sections, if that can't also be done by ordinance so that it can be changed in the future, because there's just an awful lot of language here. I think it's not a good idea to have that much detail about this position in the charter. I just think it's gonna cause problems down the road, and I don't know that it's necessary to have it here if the majority of it can be handled, which I believe it can, through ordinance. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Any other public comment on section 9, Article 9? Okay, seeing none, moving on to Article 10, specific permanent appointed boards, authorities, commissions, and departments. Page 39, the backup. Section 10.1, 9, we're just adding the flood prevention, climate resilience. Just change the name of that. Same thing for human services and a human and social services department, adding that language, consistency. Moving on to 10.1B1, this goes back to limiting the whole 10 regular meetings per year. That goes back to the language we had before that we discussed. This is an add in 10.1D. Liaison, each board and commission shall have a liaison who shall be a town employee designated by the first select person to facilitate communication between such board or commission and the first select person's office. This is feedback, I think, from boards and commissions that they just needed more of a direct line, just have someone within the administration to work with. 10.2, permanent bodies appointed by the Board of Select Persons. The Board of Select Persons shall appoint the members of the boards, commissions, and authorities listed in items A1 through 15 of section 10.1 of this charter, and in the numbers, and for the term set forth in sections 10.3 through 10.17 of the charter. That was added. The language was struck. Bodies appointed by the first select person. It just takes away the first selectman shall appoint the members of the bodies listed in items A1 of section 10.1 of the charter in the numbers and for the term set forth in section 10.3 of the charter. So for 10.3, the Conservation Commission, it changes the appointment from the first selectman to the Board of Select Persons. We're deleting 10.4, permanent bodies appointed by the Board of Selectmen. It's covered because we're in the previous page, because the Board of Selectmen is now the appointing authority for all of these. Board of Select Persons, going down to 10.5, Fire Commission Department, changing select persons. 10.51, B1, Fire Commission have general management, and we're striking supervision, oversight of the fire department of the town. We are deleting the language "and of all property and equipment used by and in connection with the operation of the department, including the hydrants used for fire purposes." In 10.52, we're deleting, the sentence reads, make rules and regulations consistent with general statutes and this charter for the governance of the fire department and its personnel. We're striking and may prescribe penalties for violations of its rules and regulations.
So is it okay?
Can I just get, if you
Yes,
want to
I'm
talk
sorry.
about this,
Go ahead.
there's some more up for this. Number 3, subject to the provisions in this charter regarding appointment of the fire chief, will have power to appoint in accordance with town policy. We are striking sole power to appoint and promote. We are striking determine the qualifications for each rank and grade in the fire department. And number 5, striking within the limits of the appropriations made for that purpose, determine the number of persons employed by the department and of the several ranks and grades of their compensation. And these changes were done in, correct me if I'm wrong, consultation with members of the Fire Commission. Ms. Brennan, was that your meetings?
I just have a lot of issues with it. It's taking so much power away from them, and I'm not, I mean, it's like, almost like they should have just got rid of it. It's completely, neutering the commission. It's like, why have a commission then? So I really am not,
Well, I mean, I think just to push back a little bit, that they are still making the rules and regulations consistent with the general statutes and this charter for the governance of the fire department and its personnel. I think that's a significant.
I mean, the commissions work with the first select person and with the chief, and the chief goes, to all of their meetings, as does the deputy chief. I'm very uncomfortable, and I've heard some feedback on this as well, so I'm just telling you, I'm not.
Okay, well, Mr. DeWitt has he can probably give some more background to why these changes were made and the feedback that he's received from the Fire Commission. Mr. DeWitt?
You can unmute yourself, Mr. DeWitt.
Said he can't.
You must be on a different line than he was before.
Looks like he's unmuted now.
No, I can now, yeah. I think this is the second or third time we're having this discussion about this topic. We not only received verbal input from Commissioner Brennan, who was representing the Fire Commission, we also received written comment. The comment that this neuters the commission, we took out things that they're not doing today. There's so much stuff in this charter that is not applicable today. And this is one of them. This was a big part. And my only question to the commission, very simply, there's 8 things here. How many of these things don't you do today? And we removed everything they don't do today. So I don't understand the comment that there's no interest in diminishing the role of the commission. I think these changes bring it in line with the way they currently operate.
I appreciate that, and it does, it has all the powers and duties conferred to them by the general statutes of the state of Connecticut. So I agree that they are not being neutered. They have all the powers that are given to them by statute. I heard those meetings. I heard Ms. Brennan's read the comments. I think that this charter is indicative of what is happening today, which is what we want. We're trying to clean it up and remove stale language, and if it's not, the current language is not reflective of best practice and what is currently being done and what the commission thinks its role should be, I think that we need to listen to them. All right, let's see. Any more discussion on the Fire Commission at this point? Seeing none, we'll move on to 10.6, Police and Fire Retirement Board. That is just changing to select persons. Moving on to 10.7, Department of Public Works. We're deleting sewage systems, replacing that with, and this is in 10.7A, we're adding and building and equipment under the control of the Water Pollution Control Utility. Then 10.8, just select persons being corrected. 10.9, Parks and Rec Commission, just select persons being corrected. Flood prevention, climate resilience. This language and was really just to bring in line with statute, updates to the statute and feedback from that board. And this is on page 47. Is it okay if I don't read all of the?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to be respectful of the board and the public. Again, driven by statute. The Water Pollution Control Authority, this is a lot of additional language, as we've discussed in our previous meetings. This was very much to, we know that the need of the improvements to our WPCF is significant. I think the changes that have been made over the last couple of years, and I'm serving on the WPCA board, have been good ones, and this just makes it clear what the roles and responsibilities are. I think the town needs to have a more active role in the oversight of this. I'm not going to read it. I do think that, to Ms. Griffin's point, so when we get down to questions, we're not going to have that discussion at this meeting. That'll be on the 20th. But this is something that should probably be flagged on its own, or I will refer to the, we can have that discussion on the 20th, but this
What's
is.
the 20th?
Well, the 20th, we're going to be, talking about what the questions are gonna look like. That discussion's not happening at this meeting.
We're gonna
And
frame the
kind of
questions
framing-
based on the votes
Based
tonight.
on our vote tonight, we can frame the questions and talk about next steps after this. Today is really just to kind of.
How about that part where Ms. Griffin brought up that the Water Pollution Control Authority is not even mentioned in there, like the commission.
The board,
Yeah, that they're not
in terms of the hiring.
of any
Well, I mean,
involvement.
they are still,
Kind of like the Conservation Commission has a role, I mean.
and sitting on the WPCA board, I will say that I feel like we are pretty involved in decisions that are being made in terms of capital improvements and being brought up to speed on the issues of the WPCA, but in terms of the overall, just managing the facility
Right.
and the
Department
staff and the department heads, that's really not the role of the WPCA as the authority. And I think that this charter language just kind of gives more clarity into roles and responsibilities.
No, I think so too.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's good.
yeah.
It would have been nice maybe if there was some, piece in there that said they had similar authority to Conservation Commission in hiring and being sort of part of it because they're living and breathing it. I know that when I chose Tim, when we got Tim Bishop, we went through this very in-depth process and relied on that commission to be part of it, be part of the interviews, to be like really involved because they're so involved more than, like you just said, you're on the WPCA, you're seeing that more than the first select person sees on a regular basis because they're watching all the projects, they're very involved, they get to see how the staff interacts with their.
Well, I think that, the first selectman also sees the projects,
The day-to-day stuff.
the data, and has a better understanding of these are huge capital expenditures that is driving the capital waterfall.
Well, they also have a taxing authority, which obviously none of the other.
True, and that authority is not being touched by this charter. All right, so I would, just for the public, I would suggest that it starts on page 48 for just reading more detail about the WPCA control authority and the changes being made there. All right. 10.13, Historic District Commission shall be, we're in A now, shall be appointed to the Board of Select Persons and confirmed by the majority vote of the RTM. That language is replacing with the advice and consent of the RTM. The Ethics Commission, this was something we had some debate over. This language, appointed by unanimous majority vote on the Board of Select Persons and confirm, we're striking unanimous and have it be a majority vote, but to give more oversight, it's not the right word, but we're now adding 2/3 majority vote of the RTM, just to make it more collaboration and appointing members of the Ethics Commission. Still a higher standard for getting people on board with that.
And, you know, I obviously spoke about this, and the chair of the Ethics Commission came out and wrote.
Yeah, we can flag
this, and
we can flag this one.
I'm a hard no on this
We
one.
can flag this one. And you know what, and I, as I shared in our discussions, I've been torn about this one also. So I'm willing to reconsider this one, especially, you know, with a two-person board. Appreciate that we want to move this forward. So willing to have that conversation if they can. But let's get through this. Ethics, 2/3 majority vote. Select persons. All right, number 3, we are deleting no member may serve more than the shorter of 2 terms or 1 term plus a partial term created by filling a vacancy for an unexpired term.
I'm sorry.
On page, it's 10.14. 10.14, number 3, the term shall commence on July 1st. Terms of members shall be 2 years and shall be staggered so that no more than 3 terms expire in 1 year. We're deleting the language, no member may serve more than the shorter of 2 terms or 1 term plus a partial term created by filling a vacancy for an unexpired term.
What page are we on again?
52.
I put it in a Google Doc so I could, you know, flag it and stuff, so the page numbers are different.
Yeah. So this for B, for powers and duties of the Ethics Commission, we add the RTM. Receive complaints alleging violations of the standards of conduct or any ordinance establishing a code of ethics, the ethics ordinance for town officials, members of the RTM, because again, they're not town officers, employees and town officers. And the ethics ordinance is referenced instead of the code of ethics because the RTM is working on an ethics ordinance, which would be a guiding document for this, for the Ethics Commission. And under B8, we're adding that they have the power to retain own counsel. That's there. We're adding that they can also retain an investigator if need be to do their investigations.
The RTM?
No, the Ethics Commission.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're adding this right now, that they can add, retain an investigator. And then again, just upon finding a violation of the standards of conduct or ethics ordinance. So ethics ordinance is replacing the code of ethics. So under C for procedure on complaints, we are just doing some changing of words, deleting honor. I'll read it. In any investigation to determine probable cause, the Ethics Commission shall, we are deleting honor, adding keep all, we're deleting requests for confidentiality. We keep all information confidential and share it only on a need-to-know basis. We're deleting consistent with the requirements of state law. Information regarding an investigation should be shared only with the persons with a need to know. and that's just captioned in the sentence before. Again, code of ethics is being replaced by ethics ordinance. We are deleting in that section F, an individual directly involved or directly affected by the action taken as a result of the Ethics Commission's findings or recommendations may seek judicial review of such action, and the end of the Ethics Commission's findings or recommendation unless the action taken was a referral of the matter to proper authorities for criminal prosecution.
That was, trying to remember, does that not allow someone, who asked me this? Does that not allow the person to pursue judicial?
You're under C.
Under what section?
C1F.
C1F. I'm sorry, I thought you were.
I
I
was.
didn't realize you were asking me.
And then I
thought
went
you were
back
just
to look at
looking for
something and I
yourself a
lost
little
my
bit.
place. I'm sorry. It's 162 pages. Okay, let me just, I went and looked at something.
I'll read it again. An individual
Okay.
directly involved or directly affected by the action taken as a result of the Ethics Commission's findings or recommendation may seek judicial review of such action and of the Ethics Commission's findings or recommendation unless the action taken was a referral of the matter to proper authorities for criminal prosecution.
Right, upon finding violation of conduct, code of ethics.
So this came up with the CRC, and we told them that there is no right of appeal or judicial review of Ethics Commission decisions. It's not a body politic, and there's no statutory process to appeal from decisions. So you could leave it in, but it doesn't mean anything, so they decided to take it out.
Oh, no, I'm trying to think. Okay, here we are. Someone brought, you're saying there is no.
There's no judicial review of Ethics Commission decisions. The legislature would have to pass a statute that would create an administrative review process for Ethics Commission decisions. It doesn't exist. And there are several Superior Court decisions that have confirmed that. So that was a question that they asked about what is the judicial review. We looked at it, the answer is there is no judicial review. So they decided to take it off.
So F is the striking of that entire section,
Yes.
because there's nothing that gives that any.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. Got it. Okay.
So you mean you could decide to leave it in, but it doesn't, it just doesn't exist.
It does nothing. I don't, yeah, okay.
So still under procedure, under 2E, there's just added language, just in the essence of time, I'm just gonna paraphrase if anybody wants me to read the full thing, that there's going to be an annual report provided to the Board of Selectmen and the RTM, just giving the quantity of ethics complaints, their general disposition, and the general nature of the complaints. It shall not disclose any information in the annual report which is considered confidential. The reporting hotline, the town shall ensure that a method of communication hotline is available to employees and the public to report possible ethics violations. There shall be an option to remain anonymous when making the report. All reports shall be delivered to both the Director of Human Resources and the Chairperson of the Ethics Commission. Complaints received on the hotline shall be addressed as set forth in this section 10.15. Yep. Moving on to 10.16, Human Services Commission, Department of Human and Social Services. This is just, again, the commission shall oversee social service managed assigned to municipalities by the general statutes, and it gives the same language about the populations that it served that we talked about in the other section. Powers and duties, same thing. Human and social services, ensuring that municipal policies, programs, services, and infrastructure meet the needs of older adults and individuals of all ages with disabilities, promote independence, and foster an inclusive, supportive environment. The commission shall assess and address the needs of residents and individuals with disabilities, advise the board of select persons and other town bodies and departments on relevant policies and strategies, collaborate with local, regional, and state agencies to enhance services, recommend programs and funding priorities, and raise public awareness on related issues. The commission will ensure that the voices and the needs of older adults and individuals with disabilities of all ages are fully integrated into the town's broader human services framework. And then in number C, we're just adding the word social, correcting the select persons. Library, we're on to 10.16, Board of Library Trustees. They're talking about, right now, staggered terms, and it just outlines the staggered terms.
And the 3 to 6, from 6, staggered. Yep. And all this red language, is this new language, or is this what the Board of Trustees?
We had to put in transitional language to move from 1 6-year term to a 3-year term with the potential for a second 3-year.
And that's why you outlined it like that?
So it's all staggered, so they outlined that. The vacancy and reappointment limitation, again, just fixing the language there, but now with the staggered terms. The powers and duties of the Library Board of Trustees, C, 10.16C. So under 2, identify and adopt written policies to govern the operation and programs of the library. That's being added.
Are we on 2?
We're on powers and duties of the Library Board of Trustees, so it's C, C2.
Okay.
And deleting establish and enforce reasonable fines and penalties for the violation of its rules and regulations. And again, this language was done in conjunction with the head librarian and the Library Board of Trustees. Seek adequate funds to carry out library operations and monitor the use of those funds to provide library services. That is replacing, in addition to its free library services, have the ability to provide for the rental of books, periodicals, motion pictures, exhibits, and other library facilities. Number 4, turnover money which may be collected, we're deleting in the enforcement of fines. And it says from revenue grant generating services. Because they're kind of switching their model a little bit. And for number 5, subject to appropriation, appoint a town librarian with the approval of the first select person. And we're deleting appoint such assistant librarians, clerks, and other employees as may be necessary to maintain and operate the library facilities. And adding and a regular performance appraisal process. And 6, we're deleting determine the duties, terms of service, and compensation of library employees to ensure that the library has a strategic plan with implementation of evaluation components. And number 7 is being deleted, which is purchase such books, periodicals, publications, materials, and supplies as may be useful or necessary for the operation of the library facilities of the town. So just doing some wordsmithing in this section. Moving on to same section, D2, management of funds. Adding, they're permitted to now use their funds for capital improvements to facilities and administrative functions of the library Board of Trustees and strategic planning. The principal balance of the fund shall not be used for operational budget purposes, but shall be used solely for capital improvements outside of the library's normal operating budget. Any such expenditures must be approved by the Library Board of Trustees and the Board of Select Persons.
So that's a new language?
That is new language.
So, you know,
This is deleted to the extent permitted by the terms and conditions
Right.
upon which the property or funds may have been received by the Board of Library Trustees may transfer to the town treasurer of the whole or any part of the principal of any library fund to be expended by the town for general library purposes. So this is now, given the capital needs of the library, that this funding would now be used for capital.
Only. So, you know, well, maybe you don't, but when you're on the, serving on the RTM and then as the first select person. And for years, there's been arguments about wanting to use some funding to help with maybe expanded operational stuff, and that it is sort of a taboo. You know, the Board of Finance has usually been the one that has brought this matter up quite a bit over the years. And I think this is restricting that, so they can never be used for any operational costs. So I don't know about it. I don't know about the part where this new language. I'd be surprised because, I mean, listen, I'm all for everything you're changing here, but I just know that, and maybe Chris can speak to this, because, you know, Chris knows the history here about the Board of Finance's, you know, sort of consternation about this huge endowment where they would, you know, the Board of Finance would say, well, could we use some of it, or can we have, you know, can the library use some of it for some things? Maybe some big, you know, again, Chris can speak to it better than I. I just know that there was a lot of discussion about this over the years during budget meetings.
This is, sorry, I stepped out for a minute. I'm assuming you're talking about the fund that the library has, a kind of, lack of a better term, slush fund of monies.
Well, no, they're capital, right? They're the library board of trustees.
Yeah.
Capital, so, you know, before Chris, and you know it better than me, but, you know, before the Board of Finance would always ask, well, can you use some of it toward, you know, they want to buy a whole new book section, or they wanted to do something like that. And it was always that they could only use it for capital. But it wasn't really specific. It was like more the library board of trustees kind of had a rule, but there wasn't anything. Now it's kind of spelled out in the charter. I mean, what's your thought about it?
I mean, I think the way that it's annotated now in the charter, it's better than it was before. Selectman Kupchik is absolutely correct. Years ago, when there were some fairly substantial, you know, capital investments going on, and then, you know, large investment in materials, we did ask about that, but there's supposed to be very, very strict rules around what they can use, and apparently it's that capital fund is just to be used for capital. In fact, I think they used that to put an elevator in, or do an elevator in one of the libraries. So I mean, I think the language is it perfect? No, but I think it's a lot better than it was prior revisions, frankly.
Right. I mean, I remember. I think it was a boiler issue, wasn't it? Where I think the Board of Finance had asked if they would chip in to help the town, and this going back.
Well, this language actually says that it should be used for capital improvements such as needing a new elevator.
Right.
Yeah.
Or a new boiler. Like, this is basically saying it addresses your concerns by.
No, it's not my concern. I
Well,
just
the concern,
I just have
the concern you're sharing.
Like
the new version, in my estimation, as a former Board of Finance, is a lot more specific, and would have probably taken a lot of the, you know, consternation out of that conversation you're referencing, Selectman Kupchik.
So just to provide some context, and I don't know if Eric, you were going to say this, but I think this language, basically as it's written, came from the Board of Trustees and the town library. So they requested that change.
I know that, but does the town like this change? You know what I mean? Like, there's always some compromise, you know, in the middle. Like, the Board of Ed wants certain things, everybody wants stuff. Right. It doesn't mean that everybody gets stuff.
Well, if the Board of Education had was able to tax or bring in funds and had that funds available for capital improvements, I would have been pretty happy.
Right, but no operational safe. So for example, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, just trying to have a robust discussion, and maybe Karen and Eric can weigh in, and Chris. I mean, when you guys had this discussion with the library, did you ever say, well, where do you guys draw the line? So say they wanted to do some big operational new initiative that was like $500,000 or $1 million.
We did not have a specific discussion with the Board of Library Trustees on this topic. Not that I can remember, unless the other commissioners in the room remember it. I did read through this in detail, and I did live through the situation that Selectman Kupchak's talking about. I think the language is a lot better than it was before, and it does clarify. Is it perfect? Probably not, but I think it's definitely better than it was.
Well, I was just asking, because I just know that there was a lot of talk, and I think, restricting if there is some big operational thing they wanted to do and the town couldn't afford to do it, it restricts their ability to maybe take some of that funding and help bring some, new program that they really want, but the town can't pony up the whole amount.
I think
it restricts that ability.
I think that the discussion, and this was many years ago, surfaced around the fact that there was an already established budget, and there was not an allocation for whatever they wanted to do or whatever they needed to do, and we were asking them to kind of provide a bridge, and the trustees at the time were very clear that they didn't think that was within their guidelines, and again, I think it's better. It's better in the charter than it was.
So if it's in the library board of trustees standards or their code of conduct or their rules, then why do we need to codify it in the charter?
Well, I think the charter, and maybe probably need the attorneys to back me up on this. I think that the charter would overrule their specific rules in the case of with a capital purchase. I don't know. I mean, there are certain things in here that I think there should be less in the charter. This is one that I thought really needed to be hyped up a little bit, bolstered from what it was.
Attorneys?
On the general topic, the charter would prevail over any.
No, I know, but does it like supersede what the library board of trustees already has? As sort of what they, they have a standard of
Be able to
what.
do anything inconsistent with.
So I think it ties the hands of the town a little bit here. It protects that this funding is to be used for our strategic planning and capital improvements to the library.
That's right. It says what the funds are going to be used for.
This is what it's going to be used for. That the town could not basically look to this funding to not fund the library and use this funding to fund the operational expense.
I totally get you.
And I think that this is what this language, what is being taken out and what is putting in. I think that it's really just protecting as the library for the town should be investing in library services.
Right.
But when it comes to capital improvements, appreciating the needs of the town, that this funding can be used for capital and should be used for capital per this charter.
No, and that's a very good point, because, there were years ago when people would say, we could cut the library budget in half.
And you're saying that you don't want to.
No, I wouldn't want to do that, at all, but I think that, obviously charter is a very,
Okay, well,
it's a document that never, ever, goes away, but I just think if there is some, it's restricting in a sense. So if they want to do some big new program, that's not necessarily capital.
Well, I mean, for capital improvements to facilities, the administrative functions of the Board of Trustees, strategic planning. So, I think the strategic planning piece of it, that could be, if they have some huge initiative, they're planning some big
Program, not capital.
or just change to the way they deliver a library, then that I think that gives them some leeway for those kind of big initiatives, forward thinking, as opposed to just need money to buy some magazines. Need some extra money, maybe the town doesn't think that we should be, we've been approving all those library contracts, which we,
No, I hear you.
So that's what it is. All right, so.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up because it's been a point of discussion for many, many years, and I hate to box us into something that we're, Scott some days says, we got this whole new program we want to put in. It's kind of an operational kind of, it's going to be operational, but it kind of is on the line. If the other charter says, no, you can't.
I mean, Scott and the library board of trustees asked for this language, so if
Gotcha.
Scott comes to us, we can be like, hey.
Gotcha.
You made
Okay.
this, you made this request. Before we move on to golf commission, the COO has some news to share that he's texted me that I would like to share with all of you. That Fairfield just won.
Oh
the
my
latest game. 3-1 to advance to the next round. And thank you, Mr. Becker, for sharing that exciting news, because as much as we, this is exciting too, that.
Oh, yes. This is riveting.
I know that as much as this is exciting too, I know that many had been watching that team.
Very exciting.
Very closely. Ms. Jacobson and I were at the pep rally last week, and it's just been, it's great. So.
I tell you, wow, we have had some really spectacular baseball, Little League baseball players.
Our kids are doing great.
This town really.
Our kids are doing great stuff. All right, golf commission.
That's great news. What was the score?
3-1.
Oh.
10.8 golf commission. So select persons deleting, no member shall be eligible for reappointment to the golf commission for a period of 5 years after end of his or her term. And that is it for Article 10. Is there any public comment on Article 10?
Yes. Hold on. Griffin, you should be able to unmute.
Got it, yep. Am I good?
Yes.
Okay, hi, Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I'm gonna roll back a little bit, so I apologize for that. I know you guys went through a lot of stuff. 10.1B, that was the 10 meeting requirement again. Again, I just would say I don't agree with taking that out. I'm actually wondering what boards complained about having to have their 10 meetings, or was that just the town clerk's request? In 10.1D, there's a definition of a liaison. I know the CRC struggled with how to define that term. It looks like it's to facilitate communication with the first selectman's office. In the past, I believe a lot of the boards and commissions that didn't have a department assigned to them were by default assigned it to the first selectman's office. So I'm just curious to know how that's going to work, if in fact, will it be the chief of staff, or how will how will that be determined who that person is if in fact it's the strategic plan committee, right? They reported through the office of the first selectman. I believe the town facilities commission did as well. So I'm just curious to see how that would work in that. In 10.11, which is your flood and erosion control board, it looks like 10.11A, the membership is being increased to 7 members, if I'm reading that right. I just didn't see a transition to how those new members are being transitioned into that board. 10.11B talks about the details of how alternates are seated on the flood and erosion control board. I know we have alternates on lots of other boards. There's no language in the charter about how those alternates are getting seated, and I'm just wondering, is it really necessary to have that much detail about the seating of the alternates for that particular board if we don't have it for the TP&Z or the ZBA or the other ones that are land use boards, unless I'm missing it. Again, 10.11 and 10.12, all of the changes for the WPCA, it does look they have the authority to set up bylaws. So I'm just wondering, again, do we really have to have all of this language added to the charter? I just worry that it's going to be, going to cause issues in the long run when it's in here in this way. I think it can be in an ordinance. 10.14 is the Ethics Commission. Again, I really strongly don't think that should be, it should remain a unanimous board. Let's see, town officials in 10.14, B1 and 2. I had brought this to the CRC's attention. They added the word town officers in there, but I don't think that's needed because I believe town officials includes town officers in the definitions. So I don't think you need to have that there. And then in 10.14B1, the RTM was added as something for the Ethics Commission to have their oversight over. But I think my understanding, the RTM has its own process for dealing with issues with its membership. I could be wrong about that, and perhaps Ms. Zezima can speak to that a little bit better than that. But because when you read 10.14B9, it says, you know, the ethics, the Board of Selectmen or the first selectman is where the ethics goes. And for the legislative body, I don't know that that's the right place for the RTM members to be going before the Board of Selectmen. I just think those two bodies need to be separated more. And then backing up one to 10.14B5, the word written was removed, but I'm not sure why that was the case, as the department head has to get the request in writing. So maybe somebody can explain why the Ethics Commission does not have to take requests in writing. That was removed from the language. And one other thing, the Human Services Commission, 10.16A. This is just a technical thing. In the members and terms section, it talks quite a bit about the duties of the commission. There's about 2 sentences that begin with the commission shall oversee social services, or they shall ensure that all social services are designed to promote. I think those sentences, I'm not arguing with them. I just don't think they belong in the section that's labeled members and terms. I think they belong under the powers and duties of that commission. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can speak to the meeting that's a lot. I can speak to the 10 meeting requirement if you'd like.
The what requirement, Chris?
The first thing in Ms. Griffin was talking about
The
why
10
we
meeting requirement?
minimum 10 meeting requirement. That was a request from our town clerk to remove that with a lot of background. And the background basically was there's many commissions that do not have a need to meet 10 times a year. In fact, the Ethics Commission, for example, if they don't have business, I think there's another one too. They don't ever have to meet. That would be the best thing in the world for them to never have to meet, because that means everything's going great. And Betsy, our town clerk, also made us aware of the fact that there were some commissions or board, whatever, were meeting just to have a meeting to say they did 10 a year, which I think is just a complete waste of time, given the fact that we have trouble trying to get people on boards and commissions all the time. So I think it was a good recommendation by the town clerk, and our commission thought the same.
Chris, could you elaborate a little? Can you give a sense of how many, or Eric, or Karen, how many boards and commissions were saying or was it a lot? Was it like more than half?
No, you mean no, I think there was, I think Betsy, if I can remember, 2 or 3, I think one was the Historic Commission. I don't think they felt like they needed to meet 10 times a year. I dare say the Shellfish Commission, but I'd be speaking out of turn. And then she did give the example of the Ethics Commission, and then there's one other that, I guess TPZ, what's the board that goes over the conflicts?
Board of Assessment Appeals.
Board of Assessment Appeals. Yeah, I mean, if there's no appeal, they never have to meet. So there's.
But I thought we made a provision that they were kind of carved out.
They were.
Eric.
Yeah, we were carved out, yes.
I don't know. I feel uncomfortable about this. I mean, it's 1 or 2 boards, and
We're good, let's just wait to the end. We discussed this already, unless the end is near in terms
the
of.
end is near. Why
near.
do I feel that's not a true statement?
Well, you control your own destiny, my friend.
I do, you're right. That was great. I know.
All right, we're on to Article 11, Standards of Conduct. We are on 11.5, penalties and disciplinary action for violation. The failure to comply with, I'm gonna just read this section. The failure to comply with or any violation of the standards of conduct established by this charter shall be the grounds for the removal from office or discharge from employment of the offending town officer, employee, we're striking RTM member, or member of any board, commission, authority, or committee, provided that no elected official may be removed from office. The Board of Select Persons, in its discretion, may void any contract entered into or adopted in violation of this charter. The Board of Select Persons or the Ethics Commission may recommend disciplinary measures for the RTM members who fail to comply with or who violate these standards.
New or?
So we delete, what's
Oh,
basically.
you're at 11.5.
11.5, we struck RTM member and added, provided that no elected official may be removed from office.
Why do we strike RTM?
Because they're an elected official.
They're elected official.
Sorry.
Okay. Any public comment on Article 11? All right, seeing none, moving on to Article 12.
Wait, oh, sorry, Kathleen Griffin.
Sorry, this is Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. RTM members are not town officials. They're RTM members, and the definitions, I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Town officers are town officials, but not RTM members. So I'm not saying that needs to change. That I just don't believe that statement is accurate as to why RTM members were removed from that paragraph.
So I think the comment was that it's because they're elected, and we do not have removal of elected. RTM members, officials, any elected person in Connecticut cannot be removed from office. We don't have that available to us.
Okay. Article 12. Again, just changing select to select persons. Publication of the final budget. We're adding that shall publish the final budget on the town's website and if otherwise required by general statutes. And then just, again, more changes to select person, and that is it for that article. Any public comment on Article 12? Seeing none, Article 13, referenda. Basically just changing for select persons. Any public comment on Article 13? Seeing none. Article 14, miscellaneous. This is just the official seal. We agreed that the town may adopt by ordinance to make changes or replacements as desired by amendment to such ordinance a town seal to replace the official seal. Said seal shall be filed with the Office of the Secretary of State by the town clerk. It doesn't say that we have to change it, but we now have the ability to change it. 14.4, periodic review of the charter. This charter may only be amended in the manner prescribed by the general statutes. Within 10 years after submission of the final report of the most recent Charter Revision Commission, the Board of Select Persons shall appoint a Charter Revision Commission to review the charter and any recommendations made by the Board of Select Persons. And submission and effective date. This charter shall be submitted to the electors of the town at the general election to be held Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Voting shall be in accordance with the laws of the state of Connecticut and approved. And the proposed charter may be submitted in the form of one or several questions as determined by the Board of Select Persons. That discussion, we'll have that in our next meeting. The charter or such provisions thereof as may be approved by the electors of the town shall take effect 30 days after approval. And then the appendix in the existing charter is being deleted because it was really just giving guidance on all of the staggered terms. Okay. All right. I mean, so at this point,
Can I get some coffee? Sorry, I'm really.
Well, I mean, motion to approve the charter as.
That's a cute one.
All right, so starting
I'm drinking electrolyte water, so.
I mean, at this point, we've gone through the entire document, we have flagged some items. We can, again, we're just, we can't make amendments to add or change language, but we can reject some of the suggested changes. And we will, so we can make an amendment to, I guess, reject, and then discuss.
How are we gonna?
Well, we can
Can we
go.
just take the items that we discussed as flags, to your point
Yep,
the other day on the phone?
And we have 2.2. And if 2.2C, the Board of Education. There was some public comment on this. This one is, this is bringing, basically allowing there to be a 6-3 majority, and that on the off years that there can be the.
That was our first item?
I think that was the first thing that we flagged.
It was?
Do you mind if I ask a question? I'm sorry. Yeah. Is there any more public comment?
There'll be public comment before the final vote.
Okay, I just
On
wanted.
each motion.
And on each motion as we
Okay.
are making
I do.
motions. Sorry,
just
Prue.
wanted- No, I'm gonna keep this open. I was gonna
Okay.
close it, but I'll keep it
Okay.
open.
Can I take another?
Yeah.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
We're taking a 2-minute break. Sorry, we didn't take a motion, but if anybody needs a bio break or.
You want a cookie? Okay, a half, a full, whatever you want. Sugar shot. You know what, pizza would have taken.
So the first, Board of Education, 2.2C. this is the 6-3, making those off years more competitive. And just, I supported this. Really think that this issue should be brought to the voters. I don't know if your feelings on this, if you want to make a motion to reject this.
I'm going to make a motion to reject this.
I will second that motion for discussion purposes. I think we talked about this in depth. We'll take it to public comment on this issue.
Sorry, I was talking, is this 2.2C? 6.23?
2.2C.
David Krasnoff, 155 Burr Street. Just as a member on the board, I would love to hear the argument against this, if there is one. Thank you.
So
We're still taking public comment.
Okay.
Sorry. Hi, Jen Jacobson, 65 Cynthia. I'm also a member of the Board of Ed. I had submitted to the commission and to you all earlier comment in the process about how I felt that 2.2 and 8.2 conflicted with each other currently in our charter. We heard a similar comment from a previous speaker tonight. I don't know how we're going, since 8.2, there is no revision to 8.2. This actually makes them consistent. I know we're not asking any questions, so perhaps someone can answer the legal question of, since 2.2 puts in accordance with the general statutes, does 8.2 therefore, if it is not changed, make 2.2 challengeable? So those are some of my comments and clarifications. I'm not allowed to ask them, but I have an inkling that 8.2 might make 2.2 challengeable. So that's just my comments tonight. And again, my comments before was to please just make them consistent. Otherwise, as it is, it remains in conflict. So thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Okay,
Can the attorneys respond to that?
take it back to the board.
Yeah, I don't think the two sections are in conflict, because one just deals with the manner of election, the other deals with how the board is constituted, and the consequence is there's a limited set of circumstances when you can end up with a 6-3 board currently. So I think it certainly makes the two provisions make more sense if it's drawn this other way, but I don't think they're currently in conflict. It's just a limited circumstance where you can have 6-3.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So we will take it to a.
So I would just say that, I mean, I don't want to prolong this, and we both received letters from the chairman of the board and Nick Asa with some very good points, and members of the public as well. So for those reasons, I'm not in favor of this change.
I served on a 6-3 board, and we've heard from a former Board of Ed chair. I'm a former Board of Ed chair, a member of the Board of Education. So I think in terms of weighing Board of Ed comments on it, we're kind of equal on that. And again, I think that for this issue, something as important as who's representing our community on the Board of Education, which controls, as we like to remind everyone, a large portion of the town budget, and the education of our children, starting at age 3, going all the way up to age 22. I would think that this should go on the ballot for the public to decide, but I also appreciate that given this makeup, that my primary goal here tonight, especially after the work of, in my opinion, 2 charter commissions, contributed to what is before us today. I'm looking for to build consensus wherever we can. So I will, we'll take it for a vote. All in favor of rejecting this? All opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 1-0-1. Okay. The next item on my list is 2, and if I miss something, please, let me know. Hopefully somebody else was taking note. 2.6.
He looks like he was anyway.
Which
I hope so.
is the voting district for the RTM. Currently, it says the smallest voting district shall not exceed 10%. The commission is recommending to read shall the voting district shall be less than 10%. I, again, I gave this comment when this was before us, when we met with the commission. I very much appreciate the legal guidance that we have received on this. So I do not support rejecting this item. Do you have any additional comments that haven't already been made on this, or do you want to bring it to the public? Okay, can I bring it to the public for public comment on this? Okay, seeing none, back to the board for a vote, all in favor.
Motion is.
I'm sorry,
There was no motion.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Does anybody want to
Are you
make?
tired?
Does anyone want to make a motion to reject this item?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay. I will second that for discussion purposes, and sorry for the lack of procedure there. We went to the public again, but now that the motion is formally on the table, we'll go back to the public. Any public comment on this? Seeing none, back to the board for a vote. All in favor
Of rejection.
of rejection?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that motion carries.
Can I ask a procedural question? If it's 1-0, how is the motion being carried? I don't understand how that works. Wouldn't it have to be the majority of the Board of Selectmen to pass the motion?
It's going to be majority to, well, it's a majority of those that are voting on the item, so.
So they don't have a majority.
You mean if you
The abstention,
abstain?
in that context, the abstention's not a no vote.
But it's not
For
a
the-
yes vote either. So the motion didn't
It's
pass.
one, but it's a 1-0.
The motion just failed, yeah.
The motion
Well, no.
should fail, right? 1-0.
Abstention, you mean?
Yeah, I would think, because you don't have.
If the vote that's required is the vote of the membership, then it would fail, but I don't think that motion is. Is it?
I don't,
The ultimate vote that they have to make on what they're approving, that has to be a 2-0 vote. But these other votes,
if the ultimate vote at the end on a motion to accept is 1-something, then the charter's not accepted. And that motion is going to, I assume, exclude from the motion to accept all the items that we're going through now that have been rejected. So ultimately, you're going to have a motion to accept the charter as submitted by the Charter Revision Commission, except for the items that you had motions on, and that will clean up, that will clarify, where we're at when they accept.
I understand that. I guess I don't understand how a 1-0 vote passes the motion. That's what I don't understand. Like, I would think it would have to be 2 people since there's 2 people on the. I don't know, I just don't, I guess I've never really dealt with only 2 people voting on anything, but it surprises me that it.
Increase the Board of Selectmen to 5 people.
But if you both feel that that is how it's supposed to be, I defer to you because you're the.
I think it's okay, especially in the context of how there's gonna be a motion at the end to approve everything that they
Yeah, but
have.
the motion at the end, does it carry forward to her point, to
You
Karen's
both have
point?
to vote in favor of the motion at the end.
But does that carry forward all the motions that were made?
It will, yes. It's gonna exclude the things, so we're covered both ways, right?
So it takes those items out and
Those
then
items will be
it
out.
approves the entire document?
The balance, it'll be a motion to approve the balance, other than what you guys have rejected,
Okay.
right? So, but that motion does have to be 2 votes, because the
Yes.
statute is majority of the membership.
Yes. All right, so. That was wrong.
Okay, so that did carry then, the same as the other one, 101.
Yes. All right, then, the next one I have is 6 point, what is it? 4.1. No.
I had,
The compensation?
I had 4.1C flagged.
What section again
That's
was that?
RTM council.
What article?
Yeah, RTM council.
Before RTM council.
Oh my gosh, I missed that too. I have that, I have that flag too, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, 4.1
I'm
is
sorry.
what I have next as well.
Sorry, missed that. Yes, the RTM council,
We're on Article 4.
4.1C.
Okay, 4.1C. Okay, I'm on it.
Which is legal counsel, the RTM shall have the power to retain its own counsel upon affirmative vote of at least 77.5% of the entire membership.
I make a motion to reject.
Second that for discussion. Any further discussion before we take it to the public for comment? Okay. Take it to the public for comment on this issue. Wackerman?
Karen Wackerman, 192 Shoreham Village Drive. I am on the Charter Revision Commission, and I've been on the RTM for 10 years. And we have had a few situations where we didn't really have access to the town council for various reasons. So that's where this became an issue for us. So I really feel strongly that this is a very, very high level of vote, 77, basically 32 people of the membership, not the quorum at the meeting. It has to be 32 members of the 40-member RTM have to approve this. So I think it would be very rare, but I think it's a tool we may need occasionally. So I hope that you guys will pass it.
Thank you for that. And listening to the meetings, I also know at the time, I thought that even Ms. Devlin had given comment that she originally supported it, and I think that raising the threshold, it won't be used for political purposes. It'll really be used for if there's really a need for it. And I think the point about, right now, we have a large firm, but in the future, that may not be the case, and it puts the RTM in a position where they may not feel that they have the council to do their job. And it's the legislative branch that sets the laws. I think that we need to give them those resources. We had this discussion. I thought we were in agreement on where we landed. So I hope that we kind of stay the course on this one.
And we also have.
If I may,
Mr. DeWitt?
I just want to add, the commission spent a lot of time on this, and I was really impressed by some RTM members who came forward after we had originally kind of drafted some language. Some RTM members came forward and said, Chris, I still don't think that's robust enough, and we re-debated it and changed some of the language. So I just want the Board of Selectmen to understand that the Charter Revision Commission did not go into this, did not rush into this. There was a lot of debate. There was a lot of input by both the town attorney and our CRC attorney. And I thought this was really thoughtfully done and well documented and I think it was well done. And I think we had some really good input. So I think it would be good that we do keep this in the charter if that's your vote.
I do, and I think that the Board of Selectmen also had a robust discussion about this, and I thought that we were all in agreement that raising the bar was definitely needed, which is what we did.
Yeah, in fact, I think it was in your meeting.
It was.
That we came up with the 77. We did 21 out of 30.
It was in our meeting. That was a discussion in our meeting. All right. Any other? Miss, I see we have public comment.
This is
Ms. Esma?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Desma, 160 Fairfield Woods Road, Unit 22. And for public edification, I did fail earlier to identify myself as a member of the RTM. I represent District 4. I have been a member of that body on and off since 2013 and have probably served through the creation of, I'll say, a dozen ordinances, including some amendments. But the point is that I was originally, as I said earlier, concerned about setting the bar high enough. I really want to thank this commission for the work they did in general, but on this specifically. And I think that what we have arrived at is a perfect combination of a way to prevent any misuse of this, and also to give the RTM the support that it may need. As I said, we could end up with a sole proprietor town attorney who would be unable, for whatever reason, to carry out all the various duties imposed on him or her. And we have, strict timing and deadlines associated with legislation. So I fully support this. I'd like to reiterate my support and thank the commissioner for the work they did to bring it to the point where I think it is would be wise to accept. Thank you.
And this budget thing came up, we're trying to get it done, because if I don't do it tonight, so. Okay, thank you. Right back.
And then we have Ms. Spolier.
Hello?
Yep.
Hi, Marcy Spoliar. I'm at 110 Brookridge Avenue, and I'm the moderator of the Fairfield RTM. And I just want to say that I support having this addition in the charter about legal counsel. I've been on the RTM for 8 years, and initially on the RTM, I think one of our greatest duties on the RTM is to create ordinances and the legislative aspect of it. And I think for those of us that aren't lawyers on the RTM, it's harder for us to be engaged and involved, and we are often hesitant. And I think this might help us in some situations. And I do think that, yes, while we do have access to the town attorney and all of that, there are some circumstances where we've needed additional counsel for our ordinances. And I don't feel that this will have any additional financial aspect on it, because if we would go through the town attorney as it is now, where there's like a more of a back pledge to the town attorney, more attorneys available to us, then those expenses would build there. So it's going to build somewhere, and I don't think that adding this would increase the cost of legal fees for the RTM to use. So I would encourage you to keep it into the changes. Thank you.
I know we just took a quick break. Could I just have a quick recess, a motion for a quick recess, 5 minutes?
Sure.
All right, just a little about process, being that the question came up.
Sure.
So I'm going to.
So the statute we're dealing with is General Statute 7-191, and on further review of the statute. No, the
We're just talking about in terms of process, the charter process of approving these actions we're taking now and how it ties into the final vote.
Okay.
And how we're gonna just approach, because it's a big document and it's a lot, we wanna make sure that we're being methodical, and we have thus far, so we just wanna make sure that we're still on the same page.
So the statute requires a majority vote of the entire membership to approve or to reject portions of the charter. Therefore, a vote that is not 2 votes is not in the majority vote of the entire membership, and the vote fails. So the minutes should reflect that the last 2 votes on 2.2C and 2.682A2 both failed. The motion to reject failed. To sort of deal with the situation going forward, so we get to a document at the end that if the board wants to pass a document along to the voters, I think that I would recommend continuing down this process. You flagged issues, highlight, the issues, determine if it's something that does not have 2 votes, and continue along with your motions to reject. And those motions will fail like they have been, but it will give us a roadmap to then craft a motion when we're all done to approve the charter, except for the provisions that there are issues with, and that'll push that on. And then we will take I'd recommend we do a second motion to then approve all of those sections that there's an issue with. And then I assume
And
that motion will also
motion
fail.
fails, and then the record's clear.
And then it's clear as to what we've done.
Because the things that we're going through now, like Board of Ed, RTM districts, those will all fail at the end. And then this will pass on the balance. That's what Jason came up with to clean up just so there's no confusion about the motion.
At the end of the day, you will have a motion to pass something on to the voters. And that's sort of what matters today and what needs to happen, and that needs to be a clean motion that clearly articulates the items that you don't want in it and the items you do want in it. And I think you should continue to use this process you're using, which will identify what those items are.
And that motion needs 2 votes.
So I'm unclear. So what you're saying is we will follow through with the abstention and a no, abstention and no. What you're saying is essentially not passing.
Right.
It is passing.
No, it doesn't reject it, but it also doesn't approve it.
Right, so what does it do to it?
It's flagging it so that we have it, as Jason said, for that final motion where the 2 of you can have a motion that you'll both vote in favor of. Because you both have to vote in favor to pass something today.
So basically going through what's gonna be in the reject pile,
Right.
what's gonna be in the pass
I
pile.
mean,
If you say
if you're more comfortable, we could do a motion to accept that fails on these provisions as we go, as opposed to a motion to reject. Because then that motion fails.
Well, I think you're still in the same.
You're still in the same
We're still in the
position,
same
though.
position.
Right, so here's where I'm trying to understand. So the way we did this before, right, we go through each piece, and then we take what's left and we vote up or down on the charter. So you're saying we proceed with this process and then vote on the charter as a whole and then come back to the items?
So you're gonna go through this process, which is gonna, you identified throughout, the last couple hours, 11 issues, dealing with about 12 sections of the charter. I don't know, as I say here today, whether you're gonna reject all 11 of those. There's still discussion to be had on that.
Correct.
So this process is going to identify what those items are that will not succeed in getting 2 votes. We will then, let's say we were done, it was just the first 3 issues that we just did. You'd make a motion to accept the charter, except for the changes to 2.2C, 2.682, and 4.1C. So you would be excluding from your motion to accept all the items that we know there are issues with. So when you vote to accept at the end of the day, you're only accepting the items that you agree with and not the items that you have been moving to reject. And then that will
Now we'll produce a document we both agree on.
That's right.
On all the items we agree on.
The items that you do not agree on are not gonna be, they don't move forward.
They don't move forward.
You'll once that's done and you actually have something pushed ahead that's been approved, I would say to make the record crystal clear, you would then make a motion to just accept all those miscellaneous items, and that motion will fail. And then that'll sort of segregate out, these are the rejected items and these are the accepted items.
Okay, we're gonna go through this list. We're gonna just get where we are, and then there's gonna be a list of things that we know we're gonna reject. We'll vote on that, we'll reject them, and then we'll vote on the main, the charter with the excluding the items we don't have to agree upon. All right.
Motion on the table on 4.1C.
Are we finished with the public comment?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so for the record, for the previous votes, just let the record show that they failed. They didn't carry.
I put it in red in the minutes so that.
So what was the motion on this?
This was your motion to reject legal counsel for the RTM. All right, we'll take it.
So let me just, listen, I feel like there hasn't been given any real, examples of when the RTM couldn't have access to an attorney or an assistant attorney. And frankly, I'd like to see, an assistant attorney assigned to the RTM. I want them to have the ability. Well, my main concern was that you were gonna have somebody fighting with the town attorney on items, and listen, it could happen. And, then we've got these legal things going on, and we have big legal bills, and then we have consternation between one board and the legal counsel for the entire town. And, so that was my, really my ultimate concern, because it's not about today, it's later, it's when we're all not in office anymore, and whoever is there. And, you want to hope that, that the legal counsel of the town, if the RTM needs help with an ordinance, would offer assistant town attorney or hire an outside counsel to go and help them. But yeah, you don't know that for sure. So, listen, I'm open to this one because of the high bar. And so I could withdraw my.
We'll just vote and it'll fail. There's a motion on the table, we took public comments, we'll take it for a vote. And we could just vote all in favor of rejecting it, and we can just vote against rejecting it. Okay. Okay. We'll take it to the board for a vote. So we're voting to reject the proposal that legal counsel, the RTM, shall have the power to retain its own counsel upon affirmative vote of at least 77.5% of the entire membership. All in favor of rejecting this provision? All opposed? All opposed? I'm not used to this, it's like the contract. All opposed? Okay. All right, motion. All right, so then the next one is 4.2, membership. This is about the composition. The RTM shall consist of the elected RTM members. In addition, the select person, COO, the town clerk, the town attorney, assistant town attorneys, the members of the Board of Education, and the members of the Board of Finance shall be executed members of the RTM without vote. The addition was adding the chief operating officer and all members of the Board of Education. Do we have any motion to reject this?
You want to make a motion to approve?
Well, we're gonna assume that we don't have to make a motion to approve because it's in the document. We just need to, right now, these are things that we flagged.
Okay.
So if we think that we want to reject.
Motion to reject.
Okay, I'll second that for discussion.
It's for both BOE and.
It's for both BOE and.
The current chair is ex officio.
Yeah, so it's just for the members, it's for both aspects of it, the COO and the BOE members? The entire.
And if rejected, it goes back to the way it was.
Right. select person still gets moved. Okay. Any public comment on this?
Yeah, that's not
Yeah, that
changing.
stays.
Yeah, that stays.
Any public comment? No. Okay.
I'll give. I'll just say that, for the commission, I just want to thank them for trying to insert some more consistency between our boards, in this charter, and it seems like that moving towards a greater consistency is being rejected here. So again, from previous comments that I've given before, I don't really understand the inconsistency and discrepant treatment. So since everyone else seems to be okay to have this role, I don't know why we wouldn't either. It's not something that I've hung my hat on in this process at all. Happy to talk to RTM members, you know, as individuals and as a resident anytime. But again, per this document, I really appreciated the work in trying to insert some more consistency between all of our boards, and this is one of those things that does that. So that's my public comment. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Oh, sorry. I think some of the comments made earlier by Board of Ed members, and I already forgot your name.
Mr. Croswell.
Mr. Croswell, especially about how they may have specific areas of expertise that we may be voting on, and to have them right there available to us at the table is a very useful thing. And I do think it makes for a more equal representation of the key boards in town. And the COO is a really important role, as you know, because you had a chief administrative officer. And I think that would be really helpful to have that person have a seat at the table and be able to comment on everything. So I urge you to accept this and keep it in there. Thanks.
Anybody else?
So I would just finally say that listen, I really do appreciate the work of the Charter Revision Commission. I know you guys worked hard and you've just spent thousands of hours working on it. I mean, maybe you should have reduced the size of the Board of Finance and just had their chairman be CO ex officio. But, you know, I think about what Kathleen Griffin said. You have a slew of people, and, you know, 2 points made by the chair of the board, and he could call on anybody to come up if there's a specific, could say, I would like this person on our board to speak to that. They're always invited to come up and speak on items. No one's silenced, and I just think it's expanding a little bit too much.
Okay. Okay, so all in favor of rejecting the changes made to 4.2? Opposed? Abstentions? I have 6.6.
6.1H.
6.1H.
It's
Yeah,
likely
the compensation.
And what section was this again?
This is
Article?
Article 6.
Article 6. This is the compensation, just codifying what's being done for the compensation committee. Do you want to take any action on this one to reject?
Just want to remember. Wrote some notes, I think. Splitting. Talked about like if we could divide it so that the RTM could write an ordinance. Do you have something, Eric, you wanted to plug in?
There's a long meeting on my computer.
I mean,
If we accept this, the second and third sentences defining the compensation, so it's codified in the charter. What, Phil? Go ahead.
Well, so I don't think we can here revise the words to say the RTM shall do an ordinance to constitute the commission.
No, not revise the words.
But I think that deleting these words addresses your concern, deleting and composed of one
Yeah.
Republican on the board of finance.
Correct, that's what I was.
So if you just delete those, then I think the rest of it's okay, because it's, the board is appointed by the Board of Select Persons. And then
Yep.
the other sentences remain.
And then we could ask the RTM to maybe write something that would,
Oh, not in the charter, you're saying, just in general?
yeah, just
So-
write
If
an
they wanted
ordinance
to-
that
if they
said
wanted to.
members of whatever, party, so it's a little more inclusive.
So why don't you just leave it in the charter?
No, because it says Republican and Democrat, Chris. I don't know if you were on, we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, I'm on.
No, earlier.
It was just to delete, appreciating that the electorate, the composition of the electorate might change, and we may have elected officials on these boards that are not registered Republicans or registered Democrats, and they may want to
would
be,
have a
the
chance
boards
to be
may,
on-
the board may want them to be representatives in this compensation committee. We talked about this when we met as well. I think that, codifying it, if we just take that language out, that would at least give the process in the charter.
It still gives some substance in the charters, because according to the town attorney, we have nothing right now, we're just been following along something we don't even know who said to do
So
it.
it shows how the more definition on
And then we could
what the
just,
compensation is, and we can ask the RTM to take this up to draft language in terms of who they would suggest being on it.
yeah, that it's broken out equally, whatever the composition is.
Okay, so
Could be one Democrat, one Republican, one unaffiliated.
Yeah. Okay, so the motion, would your motion be, I can make this motion.
Split it,
I make
or could take
I
that
make,
sentence
I
out.
make the motion to reject the language in 6.1H, beginning and composed of one Republican on the Board of Finance, one Democrat on the Board of Finance, one Republican on the RTM, and one Democrat on the RTM. Motion to reject that language.
Second.
Any further discussion on this? Any public comment on this? Ms. Ackerman?
I just have a question. So it's not saying where the people on the committee will come from anymore? There's no comment that they'll be from the Board of Finance and the Board and the RTM?
Fair point, should we just take out the
But I
party?
think that, determined by a select person, it's appointed by the Board of Select Persons.
So it doesn't, the problem is you can't change the words, so I
know.
think that's the issue, right?
Well, then could we, no, I think what she's saying, Phil, is to just take out one Republican and one Democrat.
Well, you
Or
need
we
to
could take
take
out
two.
Republican,
But then it's gonna say
Well, that's
composed,
supposed to be
but
about.
then it's gonna say composed of the Board of Finance.
one member of the Board of Finance, one member of the.
But you
can't
can't,
change the
that's the
language.
thing, that's what we're saying, we can't,
We discussed this is, we're kind of getting back to a meeting that
Yes,
we
you're right,
already
you're right,
had.
I know, but it was so much, it was, it's like
I know.
anything else, and there's, as
know.
you, to your point, things are happening.
I know.
You wanna?
It just leaves it wide open.
Pull back your
it leaves it open, but right now, but to,
All right,
Chuck's point, right now it's totally open.
And
So we could do it by ordinance, is that what you were saying?
All right, I'm gonna withdraw my motion.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. All right, we're gonna leave this as is.
But you gotta make a motion to.
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't have to do anything.
Right, do you wanna reject it?
No.
Okay, we're gonna leave this as is, okay. All right.
Carry on.
I had 8.1B. And this,
Yes.
8.1B, this is just the 10 regular slated meetings.
This is under the same article.
Elected boards and commissions.
What are, same article?
Meetings, it's 8.1B, the meetings, just the whole
Under Article 8. Okay, go ahead. 8.1B?
8.1B. Right now, it's striking the language, hold at least 10 regular slated meetings a year. This was we talked a lot about this.
Right.
Already, so I don't know if we have anything else to add on this. This came from the town clerk. Do you want any motion to reject this?
Motion to reject.
Second for discussion.
Just one thing, this also applies, I suppose you could just take another motion.
And it's
There's
gonna be,
another
it's
section
gonna be
that
another
comes out,
that's,
10.1.
yeah. Losing track of where we are right now.
This one.
I know, but do we?
8.
There's a motion on the, there's a motion and a second, we haven't gone to the public on this yet.
Reject, right.
I'd like to make an amendment to,
Wait a minute, can we do that?
can I make an amendment to include the other section that covers this issue in this motion?
Yeah, you could amend the motion to add 10.1B.
10.1B?
It's the other part of the charter where we're referencing the 10 regular
Yes.
meetings.
So you're rejecting both of those?
There's a motion to reject. She's adding an amendment to include 10.1B in the motion to reject 8.1B.
It's 10.1B1.
10.1B1.
All right, and Kathleen Griffin would like to make a comment when you're ready.
But we just have to do this. Can I have a second for my, to the public on the amendment?
Kathleen says something. Or Prue said.
Oh, I have to.
Just unmute everybody.
I'm sorry, Prue, probably went quicker if we just took it
Sorry.
separately.
We had it too.
Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I just think you also have to do 8.1A. You have to reject that change because that language was changed because you added 8.1B. The Board of Assessment Appeals, is not required to have that. So I think you need to take that change out as well as the 10.1B.
Okay,
Yeah, I think that's fine.
okay, I'm gonna withdraw. All right, let's vote on
Let's just vote on this and then we'll just add that.
do that one, okay. Any further public comment?
So, our treasurer with the Charter Commission, just two comments. So one, in section 8, we're dealing with elected boards and commissions. In section 10, it's the appointed. And just so you know, you're now requiring the Ethics Commission to meet 10 times a year.
All right. All right, I'm gonna withdraw my motion. We'll just take it back to,
What section was ethics?
well, let's,
Well, actually, no, I take that back, sorry, because there is a carve-out. There is a carve-out for ethics. There is a carve-out.
okay.
So
All right,
then
so
if
we're-
you change that, that carve-out still holds.
Okay, all right, so,
Oh, that's good.
all right, so we're doing 8.1B and 10.1B.
1B.
All right. All in favor of the amendment?
All in favor.
Okay. Back to the main motion as amended. Any public comment on the main motion as amended? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. All right,
Okay,
let's,
so that failed the same,
That failed.
101.
101.
Did both of them?
It was one motion. No, the amendment passed. We've agreed on the amendment, the main motion as amended.
main motion
failed,
okay.
101. All right, let's go back to 8.1A. To reject, the Board of Assessment Appeals shall meet when they have business to transact, so we should make a motion to reject.
Well, wait, the Board of Assessment Appeals is a temporary board. I mean, they only take up.
Well, right now, it's the Board of Assessment Appeals shall meet when they have business to transact. That's being deleted, so we're gonna reject.
Because otherwise you might be obligating them to meet 10 times a year.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
So I'm gonna make a motion to reject.
Second.
Okay, Any public comment on this? Seeing none, back to the board for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you, Ms. Griffin, for that. All right, 9.14B. Okay.
What's that, article?
9.4, Article 9.
I think it's the last sentence of B.
Over again.
9.14B, the last sentence on
Okay, it's,
COO being ex officio.
All right, this is, it's the CFO being ex officio member without vote on the RTM.
CFO?
I'm the COO, sorry. Chief Operating Officer shall be ex officio member without vote on the RTM. Do you want to reject this?
Yeah, motion to reject.
Second for discussion purposes. We kind of discussed this last with the RTM. Any public comment on this? See anything? Seeing none? Oh, sorry, Karen, go ahead.
Didn't we, I mean, it's been a long meeting, but didn't you have a vote on the section about the RTM having
We kind of did this already, so this probably would have been.
It's in two different
It's in
sections.
two different
so
sections.
this would, I just wanted to highlight that it
We
would
kind
be,
of already got rid of it.
yeah,
Well,
Yeah, but the motion was applicable to the other section, so they do need a motion on this section.
but that was rejected, right? The
The motion
yeah,
failed.
the motion.
It's on
Yeah,
the
it
list.
failed.
It's on a list of rejected items.
Okay, thanks.
All right, back to the board for a vote. No other public comment on this? Okay, back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Motion to reject.
All in favor of rejecting? And this is just,
The second section.
just,
914B, right?
yes, but just the section, the chief operating officer shall be ex officio member without a vote on the RTM. That's the only part that we're okay, in favor, yes, opposed, abstentions, motion fails, 101. Okay. The next I have 9.25, animal control, removing the first, we had concerns about removing the first selectman. This was just added for consistency. Do we want to reject any part of this?
Can we, as we did earlier, may we just move out the first select person?
Yes. So you want to reject with approval of the first select person in both places.
So make a motion to remove first select person in the two sections
I'll second that.
of 9.25.
I'll second that.
Oh, what about 9.16? Are we not, did we already do that one?
What is that one?
That was the internal auditor?
You're right, 9. You want to finish with this one and go back?
Let's just finish with this one.
Okay. And this
Wasn't
wasn't
sure- I
rejecting the language of the first select.
Yes.
Yeah,
With
in two
approval.
sections.
Yeah, with approval of the first select person.
Any public comment on this? Seeing none, back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion fails, 101. Okay, we'll go back to 9.16. Just the internal auditor was flagged, just the reporting. Someone reject any language of this section?
Or maybe move for cause. This wasn't the section we were discussing about reporting.
It was.
That's under B.
Oh, that's,
So there's new language about
This,
B and B4.
so it's 9.16, section,
this report to the Board of Finance on audit matters.
yeah.
I mean, there are changes in
Two.
2, 3, and 4.
2, 3, and 4. On, well, report on regular basis to the fiscal officer on matters of administration. That's just normal. And they already report to the Board of Finance on audit matters. Or any issues discovered in any audit regarding the fiscal officer. So nowhere, I don't know why I felt like.
Maybe you just wanna flag it. I mean, I'm not.
No, but I'm just trying to understand it.
I didn't have it on my list, but there was a lot of discussion about it.
Right, but
I didn't have
originally
it on
when
my
we
list either.
right, but originally discussing it was like, they do this anyway. They report to the Board of Finance, they give them audits, they read them, all of that. I don't know why I thought this was, is it just codifying what's already happening? And is this, I thought somebody emailed me and they said that it was, giving the power to the Board of Finance to make the auditor produce audits.
Again, if I may a second time,
Sure.
this does not change who can request audits or how audits are evaluated. All it says is that, so today, the auditor does not report functionally does not report to the Board of Finance. The language says that they report to the Board of Finance for all audits. Administratively, for their yearly review and anything else, they would report through to, I think it's the CFO. If the CFO is involved in an audit, then they have a second path that takes them through to the Director of HR. So it's covering the auditors.
It's protecting the auditor.
Protecting, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yep. All right.
Good job not using that word, Chris.
All right.
I'm very impressed with your
Hey,
self-control.
Hey. Don't make me feel pointed
Not
out.
yet, at 8:30 after 9 months.
All right, Chris. Good job.
So, do you want to reject this?
No, let me just please.
No? No, you don't want to reject this.
I don't want to reject it. Wow. Come on.
I'm deleting it.
Can I delete it? Wait, hello, wait.
Oh. Okay, you good? Yes, okay. All right, the next thing I have is 10.5, Fire Commission?
Yes.
Same section, correct? Same article?
10 Article 10, Section 10.5.
And this was just, we flagged it, but these changes were made in consultation with Ms. Brennan and the Fire Commission, that they are removing language that the commission does not currently do these things. So why is it in the charter? And as stated, that they have all of the powers conferred to them by general statutes. So by removing this, we are in no way neutering the Fire Commission of their authority to serve.
I'm gonna vote to reject.
Motion to reject?
Motion to reject, sorry.
Are you everything in this section?
Yes.
But not like this, not like the select person.
Not the select person,
No,
with the
of course
exception
not.
of the select
No,
person.
of course not.
It's everything and all the changes to 10.5B. Right?
I will second that motion. Any public comment or further discussion? Seeing
I
none.
guess I just don't understand why.
Sorry, go ahead, sorry, Mr. DeWitt.
I guess I just don't understand why. Maybe I guess I don't need to understand. But everyone, the chief, the police commission, the commissioners, all agreed with this. I mean,
The fire commission.
we couldn't have asked any more people about this, so I guess I don't understand.
I just think it takes away a lot of their power, and there was a lot of discussion during the last charter revision, outside of the process that, you know, what does the fire commission do? What is their purpose? This whole thing, there were calls to get rid of the fire commission. So I think there's a lot of differing points of view. And I just feel like, I think we should just leave it alone. I felt like the last charter, you know, for numerous reasons, some of them maybe not exactly because what was in it, it was just so much, right? And there is a lot of change here. And so I feel like there's some really good changes, and I don't want to muddle this up where it starts getting, you know, I just feel like there's a lot of changes here. And I don't think it's necessary. It's not going to gum up the works of what they're doing. And I think we should just leave it and move on to the next. There's 50 changes or whatever in the document, and I think that was sort of one of the mistakes made by everybody last go around for the last charter, was trying to bite off too much.
Well, I think that in this instance, like supervision over all property and equipment used by or in connection with the operation of the department, including hydrants used for fire purposes. So you're expecting the fire commission to go to.
But they do have
I mean, they're telling us that they're not acting as supervisors, that they are leaving that to the professional.
Right.
And so if we don't strike this language, then the expectation is
that they would
that
proceed as they have been since this charter was
But
written.
they're telling us that they're not doing this.
Right, but what I'm
So
saying
the-
to you is that this was never brought up in the past,
It does-
ever.
Well, it doesn't make a difference if
And
it isn't quite
the
on.
chief and the deputy chief go to all these meetings, they interact with them, they're part of the hiring process, they are involved, so, I think that this kind of goes to, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I've never heard a
Absolutely not.
about how our fire, apparatuses work, how our fire hydrants work, how our commission works.
Well, I think in part because I don't think the fire commission is the one supervising that work. The professional town employees are the ones that are doing that work and doing that supervision.
They are.
And this language, by striking it, is basically saying oversight, we're giving the fire commission oversight, which they should have. But in terms of the day-to-day operations, they are not actively taking that supervisory role. And this is coming directly from the commission, so I'm really struggling with why we would not listen to the fire commission on this.
And I believe there's other parts of the charter that I specifically put in here because I wanted to force people to do things, including having job descriptions in HR. But what should happen is the day after the majority of voters vote this thing forward is we should look at this and say, okay, fire commission, here's all the things you're going to do. And the fire commission is going to say, I'm in charge of hydrants now? I don't think so. After I specifically told you that I wasn't in charge of them. So we're trying to make a document that's enforceable. We tried to go through and make a document that was realistic. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this document we don't do, like 10 meetings. Nobody does it, or very few people do it.
Right.
And that's why we're trying to get out of this stuff. So,
But if the language is not necessary, then, it can be misrepresented into something more than what's being described. I mean,
unless it's not in the document, which is what we're proposing,
Right,
then it's not left to interpretation.
right, we're trying to make it clearer. And by leaving it in, we're basically saying, we've been told that we're not doing this. And we're basically saying, okay, well, we're just gonna basically leave in language that we know from the fire commission itself is not accurate. All right. Any other public comment on this?
Yes, Kathleen Griffin.
Hi, Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. I know this is a difficult change, and I just think you need to think about the larger population and how the public is going to perceive you taking privileges and authority away from the fire commission. They may say that they don't use it, but perhaps one in the future might. And I just think there's that perception already in town that the fire department doesn't get as much as the police department does. And I just think from a perception standpoint, if it's not an issue right now and we're not being sued over it, just because they're not doing it, now you're going to take the authority away from them to potentially do it in the future. I understand why it makes sense on paper, but I just think the larger public is not going to like, taking privileges away from a body that is, an appointed body and not the and it goes back and it goes to the administration and gives the administration and emergency management more power.
This is an issue today. Let's be very clear. Anything that is not in compliance with the existing charter is an issue. And this is not in compliance with the current charter. Sorry, I say commission, in compliance with the current charter. And we're going to move this forward, and we will once again still not be in compliance with the charter. That is an issue. Perception or not, that is an issue. Sorry, I'm done, Chair. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, back to the board for a vote to reject the proposed changes in section 10.5. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion fails, 101. Okay. Moving on, I had 10.14. The Ethics Commission.
And that's the same article? It's different when you're looking at the computer.
Article 10.
10.14.
A1. This is the Ethics Commission.
It's after the WPCA, correct? There we are, got it.
Any further discussion on this or motions?
Motion to reject.
All of it? Or just the unanimous part of
The
it?
unanimous. And
Okay, so in section 10,
we want to have a discussion about.
10.14, so you are rejecting.
Well, I want to ask a question of the attorneys. Do I have to make a motion to reject both the majority and the RTM piece? Or if you have unanimous on the Board of Selectmen, I think that it's benign, then you don't need the 2/3 on the RTM. I think that was trying to cover it.
I think you can reject both. I don't think you have to reject both.
Right, similar to
It's up to
what
you.
we've done elsewhere. So.
Because it seems like a really, I don't think anybody's gonna want to be on it if they have to go through that many hoops. And we need it. So I think that the 2/3 was added, my understanding from when I heard the commission speaking, the 2/3 was added to the, from the RTM to cover the lack of a unanimous vote, to somehow placate that. So I think that I would make a motion to reject the majority vote and go back to the unanimous vote and remove the 2/3 vote of the RTM.
Can you say the last part again, please? I'm sorry.
And reject and remove the 2/3 vote of the RTM.
Any further discussion on this? Any public comment on this? mean, I'm still torn about it. You know, I did add the 2/3 majority language, so I feel somewhat that I'm gonna support that. But I understand.
I understand you
I
doing
understand,
it.
I understand both sides of it.
To
All right.
cover it.
Let's take it to the board for a vote. I'm all in favor?
Nobody wanted to speak.
No, I don't think we had any public comment on
Oh,
this. All in favor?
Aye. I mean, to reject, yes.
To reject. All in favor of rejecting? All opposed? Abstentions? Motion fails, 1-0-1. Okay.
What do you have next, Bill, on that?
10.16.
10.1.
D2.
Yeah, 10.162. Wait, so there's no 1013A? Okay, I must have had that by accident.
Are we in the same article?
Article 10, yeah, this is the library board of trustees, the property.
Oh, the capital fund?
Management of funds.
Okay. Okay. I say we leave it.
Leave it, okay.
Oh.
Oh, wait, we're not taking any action on that? Okay.
So then the next one I have, that's it.
Right,
That's all I have.
that is it. Okay. All right.
I think Jason and I want a minute to write a motion for you guys
I
to
would
capture.
appreciate that.
Really?
Unless one of you two want to.
You weren't like speed typing?
No,
I
I
think
think,
Eric might have been speed typing.
all right.
Wasn't typing a motion.
I
I have some of it.
I appreciate that.
I have this substantially drafted, just.
Okay.
Ms. Vitale, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Mr. DeWitt.
I just want to, once again, thank all of my commissioners. Two of them are my vice chair and my secretary is there in person. And all of my commissioners for the 9 months of hard work that went into this document. And regardless of the outcome, I think it was a great team effort. And I want to thank them publicly for all their time and efforts.
Yeah, I will definitely second those sentiments. It's been a pleasure working with you, and you've just been so collaborative and resourceful and organized and kept us on track and been open to conferring with us and having the discussion. And we came back with, amendments to your first draft that you were very responsive, and I think that we worked really, really well together. So I'll see you in 10 years.
I don't think so. They always run. I don't blame you either. It's hard work, and I do appreciate every one of you. I know it's not fun to have some of your ideas, pushed back on. I get it. Believe me, I get it. I've been in office.
They're not our ideas. They're ideas from taxpayers and elected officials. None of these ideas originated from this commission.
So as I was saying, I've been in office a very long time, and I know, it can be disheartening, but you did do a lot of good work. And the charter has been not touched. And when it was touched last in 2006, it was barely touched.
We're getting up to, we're getting.
I don't know, I just wanted to throw out there that I'd like to see,
out of order here.
charter.
While our attorneys are drafting a proper motion for us, let's just
Yeah.
take another,
Little break.
how much do you need, 3 minutes? We'll come back at.
Geez, you can write a whole thing in 3 minutes?
8:50?
I think it's gone. Why don't we take a little break just so we can make sure we've got everything?
8:50, just so I. Yeah,
That's true, actually.
we have minutes of refunds still. Thank you, Prue.
You're welcome.
All right, can I have,
Hold on, where is it? I don't know what I did with my stuff. Oh, here we go.
all right, can I have a motion to consider and act upon tax refunds as recommended by the tax collector in the amount of $24,484.92?
So moved.
Second, any discussion? Any public comment? Back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Minutes, to hear and approve the draft minutes of July 9th, 2025 and July 23rd, 2025. Can I have a motion?
Reporting in progress.
August,
July 9th
I'm sorry, July 9th
and July 23rd.
yes, I'm sorry.
Motion?
Yes, so moved.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Acting First Selectman, Dwight School Building Committee. Just wanted to let the board know and the public know that the RTM approved, moving forward with the Dwight School Building Committee. We are setting up a website. We put in the newsletter, and residents can apply online. We're looking for people with construction background, finance background, design, Dwight parents, and once we get a good resume, we'll put together a list of people to come before.
We're getting a lot of
We're getting,
applications.
yeah, so I'm happy to see them coming in, and we will move forward with getting that committee populated. Just as a piggyback, the school feasibility committee, the report should hopefully be, they're still on schedule for giving a report to us by the end of August, and then once we'll have that, we'll be able to have them report out to the Board of Selectmen, to the Board of Ed, and take it from there.
Is there any way we can get IT to just give us one of the forms? We like get three. Like one says, yeah, somebody applies to a board or commission, so you get an email and it says to Christine Brown. Then you get another email, it says to Christine Vitale. Then you get another one, it says to Brenda Kupchak. It's all the same one, but you get 3 emails. So you get all these emails, I'm like, so you're afraid if you miss one, you're like, is that the one? Is that a repeat or a duplicate?
You can also log in to see, get into the.
No, but you get
system.
3 emails.
I know. All right, any announcements? Just that we wish Fairfield National
Oh, that's really great.
best of luck.
When do they play again? Do we know? Is it like every other day?
Friday, I think it's 7 in the regionals.
What time?
7?
I mean, where?
I don't know where, but this is it'll be the regionals is the next one that they're in. I don't think,
Regional final.
I know a few of the kids.
yeah, regional final.
It's really nice. They're super pumped up. Their parents are so happy.
They win that, they go to the next, that's when they travel, I think it's Cooperstown.
That's cool. That's really cool. We've done this a few times, haven't we? Yeah, that's what I said. Our town is producing stuff.
Was it Fairfield National or Fairfield American?
American.
Yeah, so Fairfield National, pretty.
We've had a lot of good stuff. It's great. It's good news.
They play in Bristol still for this game.
My husband, I'm leaving tonight.
Are you kidding?
My husband is
driving.
My husband is picking me up and.
You're driving. He's driving.
He's driving.
I love you. Packed.
We'll see. I'm really lack of control because I'm usually the packer. I don't like my.
I'll still take the vote.
Yeah.
Good luck. God bless you. I would have left them in the morning.
Well, Well, we had it, I had this booked originally, if you remember when we first set this meeting, I said I was gonna be remote for this meeting, when we first set the calendar, I'm on record saying that I had a trip a year, whenever, 9 months ago.
Why don't you leave in the morning?
Well, because I have my parents, it's a family trip. So I don't wanna share my personal, with the entire town of Fairfield.
They're gonna be exhausted.
All right,
Ready? Okay,
we are ready.
so we put together a motion that
Okay.
encompasses your discussion that would accept the charter, except for the items that you've now flagged that we know we don't have two votes on.
Okay.
You want me to read the motion? You guys move it, or
I would,
like, how do you?
do you have an objection to him reading the motion?
No,
Okay.
sorry about that.
The proposed motion is resolved that the Fairfield Board of Selectmen approves the final report of the Charter Revision Commission except as to the following changes. Section 2.2C, Section 2.6A2, Section 4.2A, except as to select persons, which is accepted. Section 8.1A, Section 8.1B1, except as to select persons, which is accepted. The phrase in section 9.14B that reads as follows: the chief operating officer shall be an ex officio member without vote on the RTM. The words, quote, with approval of the first select person, end quote, in section 9.25A, section 10.1B, section 10.5B, and section 10.14A1, except as to select persons, which is accepted. That's the proposed motion.
So moved.
Those are all the sections we talked
Everything we
about.
just went through.
Swear to God.
I swear, but it's really late, so I'm hesitant to.
So moved.
That means something,
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll take it to the public for final comment on this. Yep.
Well, I think we've got one right here
Okay,
first.
we got here.
David Krasnoff, 155 Burr Street. I did want to thank the commission for all their hard work. First off, I'm sure it wasn't an easy task, and I appreciate you trying to balance everything out throughout the charter process. I didn't really want to have to go here, but I'm really disappointed about 2.2C. I did hear you, Ms. Kupchak, yesterday arguing that you felt appointments shouldn't happen and that it should be a vote of the people. Well, I feel 2.2C, you removing that is doing exactly the opposite of what you said yesterday you wanted the people to vote. So instead, parties get to appoint people if they want to a position, which happens to be the Board of Ed, and being on the board, and you've been on the board, that could put some people that maybe the town may not feel belongs on the board, but they pretty much get appointed without a vote from the people. So I would hope you reconsider, let the people make the choice instead of scrapping that. Thank you.
Okay, and then I have to unmute Griffin.
Hi, once again, Kathleen Griffin, 15 Stony Brook Road. First, I do want to thank the commission for all their really hard work on this and for all the long meetings. I did finally go back and listen to most of them. You guys had very robust and interesting conversations, and I appreciate that. And I especially appreciate the Board of Selectmen taking today to go so methodically through all of the changes, to give the public the opportunity to hear your comments on them and how you're discussing them. I really appreciate that. The only change I wasn't sure that I heard about, you mentioned something about the WPCA and that you would take it up at the ballot meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that you accepted all of the WPCA changes as recommended. And if you could just clarify that that was the case with the WPCA changes, that would be great. Thank you very much.
We accepted all the WPCA changes. Just when we do the ballot, when we talk about the ballot.
You guys can make it a separate ballot question.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the next meeting.
that's the next meeting. Okay.
I would just say, Kathleen, I think you'd be great on the next Charter Revision Commission.
Agreed.
She has followed it very closely.
All right, anybody else? Okay. Seeing none, back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Do a high five?
Wait, there's one more vote.
I have one more motion for you.
Okay.
So now you've now approved the charter, accept a bunch of things, right? So now, I would say,
I thought those automatically were rejected.
what's that? No.
I thought those-
So what we've done is now we've approved and we've excluded all those things. So now I'd recommend that you make a motion to approve the remaining changes. And then that motion, I think we could all, that motion will
That motion
fail,
should
but that
fail.
will
That should
clear,
fail.
that will just sort of clear up the record as to
Okay.
what's there. So it would just be a motion to approve the remaining charter changes.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the remaining charter changes?
To approve?
And then we're gonna vote against it.
Okay.
Just make the motion.
I feel like it's hard for 2 o'clock in the morning, but okay. Yes, I second.
You make the motion.
Oh, I made the
You
motion.
make the motion, I'll second the motion. Okay, so we're basically, any discussion on just accepting all the things that we said that we were going to reject?
Accepting that we're gonna
Any
reject.
public comment? All in favor?
Wait, there is.
Hold on, sorry. I don't mean to drag this on. Dave Krasnoff,
Okay.
155 Burr. I would hope maybe you would put these on the ballot, let the people decide if that's even an option. Because to me, 2 votes, one being for and one being against really isn't the way to decide some of these that I think are important things that the public should decide on. I wish unfortunately, we're in this situation, but I wish we knew that this situation was a possibility and we could have added to the charter revision, possibly having temporary fill for a 3rd seat, because I think it puts you guys in an awkward position, being 2 of you sitting there in front making all these decisions. It would have been really nice to have a 3rd that was designated that would have taken the spot. So hopefully you would at least consider that as an option, if it even is an option, and I don't know, I guess the attorneys would say if it is or isn't, but I would love to see them on a ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All in favor of accepting these changes? All opposed?
I'm sorry.
These are the remaining charter.
These are the remaining ones that we, these are the ones that we,
Motion to accept the changes that we rejected.
yes,
Because all those motions are rejected.
So this is to vote in favor of rejecting.
yes.
Correct. Sorry. Wow, you guys really are like Hartford lawyers. During committee meetings, it's the same thing. I'm like, wait, what am I voting on?
2-0. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you to everybody for sticking with us. Prue, thank you for keeping
Thanks for not giving it such attention.